down. The first things first, let's hear Melissa's thoughts on the previous events and previous session.
I thought getting stabbed with a sword would be the worst thing that happened that night, but getting an RPG shot at us, that definitely topped it.
So, what do you suspect happened to cause those events?
Well, first things first. The Banu Hakim that showed up in the alleyway and just jumped us were probably definitely a start for what happened, but I think the fact that what's her name? I'm forgetting.
Linda.
Yeah, the one that owns the brewery. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The fact that Linda actually fed one of the Banu Hakim and unparalyzed them might have actually kind of gave away our location a little bit, I think. Either that or we were just being followed and we just did not notice we were being followed.
Yeah. So you can think of yourself as like you're sat on a couch in front of a table, just thinking these thoughts out of like what's gone down, what's happened, who could have possibly have been involved in causing that incident to occur. You're collecting your thoughts. You're also rolling a rouse check, as it is a new night.
Indeed.
Probably
Let me just pull
most
up my
likely
character.
one of many new nights. You have as much time in the world to figure things out, but your allies don't have much time. However, the beast in the back of your mind says, we've got all the time in the world. We can investigate this later. Let's just go and spend tonight relaxing, getting us a bite to eat. They can stay in the church. They'll be fine.
I am rather hungry, and this aggravated damage isn't gonna heal itself, so...
Great! Pub time! Let's go down to the brewery, get a few bites to eat, maybe check to see how that bitch Linda's doing. It'll be great. We can focus on this the next night.
Fuck it, yeah, let's go, the brewery! And she's just gonna hop in her van.
Yeah. So you are going to be hunting. What is Melissa's hunting type?
I am a siren.
Yep. You are indeed a siren. And how do sirens prioritize their hunting?
We seduce to feed.
Yep. So it is charisma persuasion or charisma performance. So
Charisma persuasion. And because I have a bonus in seduction.
Yep, you get an extra to it. Tonight has been quite a successful hunt. You found a few basically snacks along the way, but you took an interest in one person. You decided to go for an easy meal, unless you are wanting to push your luck.
No, let's not push our luck here.
Each person, so I say you found 2 individuals during this night. But being very cautious, you've only struck 1 hunger from each of them, leaving them in a daze, but you haven't left them feeling anemic or feeling dizzy. They barely even noticed you were there. You just had a moment before you moved on to the next. But with 3 successes, that's as far as you got. Saking 2 hunger.
That's still half my hunger gone.
Yeah. It will take 3 rouse checks to sate that aggravated wound, though.
Alright. Not good.
The fail?
Not good.
Not good?
Oh dear.
Not good. So, while your aggravated damage was healed through the night, you grossly miscalculated and are
Yeah.
still feeling incredibly peckish.
Oh,
What's one more quick snack for tonight?
yeah. Let's go on another hunt real quick.
Yes. Let's go with another roll. However, again, very successful. However, I'm going to ask you to roll a willpower check.
Just flat willpower?
Yeah, flat willpower. And 3 successes. So, you are showing a lot of control as your beast screams at you to just take more from this person than you normally would. But taking only 2 hunger from this gentleman, leaving them in a bit of a daze. Like, they're definitely going to need to lie down to replenish the blood you've taken, but you haven't gone on a whole hog, draining 4 points of hunger and killing them. You were showing incredible restraint.
We don't want a potential masquerade breach here either.
Indeed. But you have also heard some news on the grapevine around the circles. Listening in, you have the following information. Linda's fine. She managed to return to the brewery, and she's also been away this night. She's most likely suffering from a lot of burns, along with Craven also suffering Z burns. So the brewery is very low on staff of the kindred variety, which is probably why your hunting in those locations has gone a lot more smoother, and you've been able to just listen to the grapevine. Definitely the fact that the brewery's lost their 2 most heavy hitters, as well as having their leader out of commission a little bit.
Yeah, that would put quite a damper on their manpower.
Leaves them quite diminished. You don't hear anything of the Tremere that they have. You did hear from Silas that one of the Tremere on that night did perish.
That's not good.
But it's not your problem. At least you didn't catch fire.
Oh, yeah, I am pretty thankful for that.
Now it's just a case of how are you going to spend the rest of this night? Are you actually going to do your job and meet with the people you need to meet with and discuss certain matters, as well as seeing the status of your car, of course. Quid pro quo.
Yeah, I think it is time to go see about getting some meetings done, get some information.
So, Melissa, without the glorious Ford Transit, as it is being repaired, you are going to be making your way to Assault. You're going to go see the boss. So, heading over.
It's been a while.
You go to the designated place where you know he will be and where he's expecting to see you at some point. It is a lavishing building, currently half constructed building, but there are many preparations, especially with upped security, as this building is going to be the location for an important event in the next few days. As that half-constructed area is going to be the main place for a party soon, where Bassalt's proxy will be making some important announcements on his behalf, and then in the constructed areas, Basalt will obviously be hosting many of the visitors from the Camarilla, from the Ivory Tower of Belfast, as well as many of the refugees they took in from the events that have happened in London.
The only real concern I have here is, well, they don't have much time to get this construction done.
Yes. It looks to be more like, as you are going there, it looks to be more that their preparations are making it look presentable. You almost get the idea that the half-constructed area is actually meant to look that way. As, like, having a party where something is going to soon be built. So there's definitely, like, something meant to be prepared in the center. Almost like a structure or like a statue is going to be presented.
If that is the case, that's actually a pretty clever move.
Yes. The security is quite beefed up. Again, Basalt doesn't rely much on many kindred. He likes to keep his kindred underlings very well spread out, and relies more on ghouls with a former military background. So his security detail will bring you in. You are aware that all of them are ghouls. They show the professionalism. They know who you are. They know your professionalism. They know your reputation. They are cordial. They first get to the order of the business of your car. So Keith, who is Basalt's right hand, goes and introduces you with basically, Melissa, we've begun preparations with the car, and we thought we might be needing to make some necessary adjustments to avoid further complications.
Complications?
Yes, we come to the conclusion that we can't keep switching your Ford Transit with fresh Ford Transits.
That is fair. That would raise some suspicion.
So we are prepared to just make one Ford Transit a bit more sturdier. We're preparing
Honestly?
it with bulletproof windows, run flat tires, and a more sturdier frame.
Oh, I feel spoiled here.
We recommend you don't try to ram people with this.
That would result in a rather bloody mess, wouldn't it?
Yes. Especially with a white Ford Transit.
Of course.
So you go to see that like as you're walking along, you go and see like they're testing weaponry on like metal sheets. So you see like a few of them are like testing the weapons. More of as like a firing range, but also the metal sheets at the back are most likely what are being considered for your Ford Transit.
Interesting.
So as you go along, you start going through some more. It's most likely that Basalt will be on either the top floor or near the top floor. You'll most likely be with Rosanna that night. As you go up the elevator, the room you enter is just a long, empty room at this moment in time. With at the other end, just a large plane of glass like a window. Basalt is there. Rosanna is also there. However, Rosanna's head lays rested on a pillar with a velvet pillow. Alright, Melissa, come in and give me the rundown.
Yep, she's just gonna casually approach and be like, well, what happened was certainly a strange thing indeed. The Banu Hakim that ambushed us certainly were well equipped. First the two with the swords, and well, once we thought we got away from them, the ones showed up with the RPG and submachine guns. Or this machine guns, I didn't really get a good look. Definitely automatic weapons, though.
Yeah, things can't go quite as far as knocking this down to gang violence this time. Unfortunately, the terrorist narrative is already being spun.
If I didn't know any better, I would definitely assume a terrorist attack, so that would probably be an easy way to spin the narrative.
Yes, unfortunately, that's going to make things complicated for us in the future. Terrorist attacks and counter-terrorist measures means increases in surveillance.
That will be quite a problem for the Kindred.
And we've all seen what an increase in surveillance meant for London. I would not like to have it happen here.
Indeed.
So, Rocco is on the current path of twisting the narrative at this moment in time, laying things down for a gas leak.
Interesting.
Obviously, some blame might be pointed at a certain individual, but I'm sure he can handle himself under the pressure. As for the investigation on what might have went down and who is to blame, that's where we're going to send you in, and we need you to head back there, figure out, get inside the head of the enemy. Don't worry though, we're going to make sure that you're well protected as well. I'm going to have a routine around, I'm going to have a team around you just in case they try to strike you as you return to investigate the scene. Maybe we'll maybe we'll get lucky and we can catch them trying to attack you.
I do appreciate the security detail, and if I suppose I have to act as bait to lure them out, then so be it.
Yes, well, my main concern is the idea of this rat.
Yes, that is rather concerning. I'll do my best to investigate, but I'm not the best sleuth.
Yes.
Usually more the diplomat.
Well, regardless, we don't have much time, and a rat needs to be found before things get out of control. So, I'll give you a few days. If you have a name to put down, we can have them sit here for a night. Obviously, we need someone of your crew to sit with them to make sure they don't try any funny business. Obviously, then, you got to prove they're guilty. And if you don't, they will probably stay in this room for a bit longer than necessary. He looks out of the window.
I see.
Sunrise is usually occurring around 6 a.m. this time of year.
I'll do my best to uncover who I think it could be.
Yes, well, we already have some clues. I have my suspicions of who their target might have been that night.
Oh? Tell. This could...
Most likely their target was Linda. They didn't strike until they knew she was in the room.
That is true.
As for other suspicions, we're starting to turn the screws in finding the person responsible for taking what's not theirs. Recently, there was a breach in one of the police stations who had some of my cargo. Unfortunately, they didn't make it away with many artifacts, but they did make it away with Rosanna's right hand.
Oh, that's horrible news.
Apparently, they managed to perfectly mimic one of the chief investigators to get inside. And then were able to just walk out with it. So we have some inklings of who this voice actor might be and where we might find them. So I'll also task you to head over to Green Hill and see what you can find out from them. Go
Will
chat
do.
Go chat with the Bruhar and Nosferatu who's there. See what you can get out. See what deals you can make to find this heinous fiend who's stolen what's not theirs. Recovering the arm in one piece is the utmost importance, however.
I do have some news I would like to share with you, if I am not entirely sure if you are aware of or not.
He gives a moment of just waiting patiently.
The whole Eric Bloodaxe situation. Has this name been brought up to you before?
I'm familiar with the name. He's a higher ranking member of the Sabbat. Last I heard, he had a run-in with the Sun God and got knocked out of the game for a while.
Well, given previous connections and information we know, we believe he might be behind the Banu Hakim.
Yeah. Well, we couldn't have chalked him up. I was personally hoping that the Sabbat would have just done away with him when they left Ireland. Guess he stayed hidden in torpor until he suddenly woken up. Something must have stirred his blood to get up for a while, so perhaps the rumour of that have been occurring in London are also true.
Perhaps.
That's not going to bode well for us, but at least we've got a... At least we've got a bit of ocean between us and the UK for that kind of mess.
Unfortunately, we can't say the same for Bloodaxe.
Yes, we'll have to deal with him in time. If he's got some territory over some of the towns outside in more in rural Ireland, things might be a bit more tricky.
Funny you mention that. You see, Simon, bless their soul, managed to ghost one of the ghouls, and we have a map and a drawing of the face. And then I believe and she's going to tell him where the location was given on the map.
Well, that's some good news at least. He flips his phone, calls for his right hand to enter. Keith enters. He simply goes and says, tell Jacob to release Simon from the church right away. Tell Simon to collect his notes and then spend the rest of his night working on the book. So with that, Simon is going to be the first one let out of the church.
Indeed. And since they used a pin for the ritual, they should still have the drawings and notes from his ghost buddy.
Simon's reliable, so he'll get all the papers to me.
Very reliable, I must say.
Yes. That's why specifically we're not suspecting he's the rat. At the moment, there are a few names we can write off the list. But we need you to reconfirm some things. So, head over to that apartment complex. See what you can figure out from there. Then go and head to Green Hills and see what you can find out any locations or information on RotFiend.
Understood. And she's just gonna give a polite bow. You're more of a curtsy.
Wait. He catches you as you leave. He moves over to Rosanna and leans his ear closer to the head. Rosanna says it's rude of me to have invited you without offering you anything. So, take your pick amongst my men. They'll see you well fed for the night.
Thank you. I am rather famished. I'll do my best not to kill any, though.
Yep. So, as you go down, the word gets around, you can pick any of his guard and say it up to hunger.
Perfect. With that, I'm back down to 1 hunger. The lowest I can get without murking someone.
Mm-hmm. So, first order of business, where are you going to first? Are you going to Silas's former apartment? Or are you going
I
to
believe...
head to Green Hill?
If I go to the apartment, that'll probably put some red flags on me. If I go to Green Hill first, I could probably ask her. That might also put red flags on me, and they'll be waiting at the apartment. Difficult decision.
Yeah, it's your choice. They'll have different approaches to both. Again, obviously, if you go to the apartments, you've kind of got to avoid detection.
I have disciplines for that.
Yep, you do. Cloak of Shadows and Unseen Passage. And anyone who gets in your way, you can always manipulate them.
Quite a silver tongue.
And obviously, obviously, if you go to Green Hills, you're going to be dealing with Kindred.
Indeed. Let's go to the apartment building first.
Okay. So, as you head to the apartment complex, it's basically the entire street and block has been cordoned off. Police officers are there, but it's a bit weird. You can tell that they're trying to pay attention to every single person. None of them seem to be trying to pay attention to you. So, how are you wanting to approach this? Which area, or basically which angle are you wanting to look at? Do you want to look from the outside, or do you want to try and get on the inside and figure things out?
Start with a sweep on the outside, and then move inside.
Okay. So, I want you to make a wits awareness check for me.
No, that's academics, not awareness.
Yeah.
Successes could be better, but be worse.
Yep. And then I also want you to make a dexterity athletics check.
Oh. That I'm pretty good at. Watch, I say that in...
Yep.
Once again, could be better, could be worse.
Do you want to willpower reroll any of those?
Thinking about it... Yes, I will willpower reroll one of them.
So which one do you want to reroll? You reroll the wits awareness. Got it. So, you do a first attempt to try and work your way climbing the buildings to get to the rooftops. Doesn't pan out as well as you do. As you begin climbing one of the pipes, you just hear a crack. And you fall and teeter backwards onto the fire escape next to it. Barely hanging on. You just think, I'm just gonna take the L and just walk up the rest of the way this way.
Why did I start with the fire escape to begin with?
Yeah, unfortunately, you had to climb up a bit up the pipe before you could get to the ladder.
Fair enough.
As you are up on the roof, you are aware that you are on the roof where the enemy were first first attacked you from.
Hmm.
As you look down and you see the apartment complex, from where they were, they could not see inside of the building. They could only see the windows,
Makes sense.
meaning they would have to have seen something from the windows to determine where they should strike.
Or they used the fact that Linda restored the site for one of them and waited for that. But if we're going with the window approach, they likely saw Jonas in the window.
Yes, they most likely saw Jonah. He was stood by the window through the conversation. Judging from what you said, if the Banu Hakim's eyes, which were basically made to be eyes that Eric could see through, that wouldn't determine the floor you were on. Unless they knew well beforehand where Silas's apartment was. As you look
One of those is a really bad revelation to make. The other one, that's just me having a little bit of a mental.
Yep. As you look from your other successes from the wit awareness check, as you look down, you see that you don't actually see where there's no more like carnage or battle carnage from around this area, which means they would have had to have gone around the corner to continue their conflict, which means they fired. They knew where the fire exit was, or they knew where Silas's escape hatches were and where they would lead, and then worked around the corner to meet and ambush the Kindred, Silas, and Linda.
Just sounds like they have a lot of info on Silas.
Yes.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Obviously, you're aware that one of the attackers went into the building. So it could be that they were trying to just cover all angles. Because there was also someone on that roof of that building as well. So most likely it could also be that they were trying to cover all exits.
Not enough to definitively say, but I don't like the idea that they have so much information on Silas. Can't discount the possibility they just had enough manpower to just cover all exits, that they were confident with that too. Either way, that is not good news.
Yeah, at least you got away with killing one of them.
That is true.
Or two if you count the grand total. But yeah, going around, looking. Yeah, that's about as much information as you're going to get from like scanning the outside. They look to have been very clean. There's no like loose chambers or anything. Like even when you go over to like the other building from the vantage point they were attacking Silas and Linda, they were picking up their shells after.
Meticulous.
So as you look down, there's the very faint scorch mark of where someone was obviously burnt alive, as well as the torched vehicle that had the car door ripped off. Definitely, like as you can probably like glean, or if you go down there for a closer look, shells and like bullet casings are down there, as well as a few missed shots into the houses below from where you were standing if you were on the roof, from the missed shots from obviously either Silas or Linda or whoever was shooting from below.
Fair.
Is there anything else you could probably think of while you are here that you could probably look into? Maybe a possible witness.
Oh, yeah, there probably had to have been some witnesses. See if I can scan the area, see if any likely witnesses.
Inside or outside the building?
Probably outside the building first.
All right. So, at this moment in time, it is just police officers. If you want, you can go down and see what the police officers are down there have to say. You're probably gonna have to like drum up some form of lie, which would either be charisma or manipulation subterfuge.
Let me read something real quick.
Yep. Obviously, you do have your disciplines as well.
That's exactly what I was looking at.
Yep. So you could use like manipulation presence for awe.
Indeed. Probably play it safe and not go with the cops.
So
My
again,
subterfuge isn't the best.
yeah. Again, if you were to use awe, you'd basically be doing a manipulation presence roll first against their composure intelligence, and then if that's successful, you can add your presence to your persuasion or manipulation rolls.
I think I'll save that instead. Decide to move on the inside.
Okay.
Which unseen passage.
Yep.
Requires one rouse check.
Yep. Successful. So as you go in, you're inside. You are going in from the ground floor. So you see the carnage of a bunch of chalk marks of where people died.
Ugh.
A lot of dead bodies. A lot of people died in this very tight hallway.
Yeah, she's just thinking to herself, God, I feel bad for these poor saps.
Yep. A lot of like numbers being placed to like indicate each bullet hole that went, as well as splatter marks across the wall. Do you want to move up to the next floor?
Indeed.
Yep. So, the next floor leads to Silas's apartment. You see the bent railing at the top from where Mac and Penelope had their scuffle and fell off and fell down the stairs.
Putting it lightly, indeed, a scuffle.
Yep.
Let's investigate the scene of the crime itself, though.
All right, heading into Silas's apartment.
Yep.
So as you go into the apartment, you see that everything inside here is mostly scorched. Certain things seem to have been untouched by the fire. Things like the little like hatch or stowaway location that Silas pointed out. Also, his fridge seems relatively intact.
Room in the fridge makes with the hidden compartment makes sense that those would be a little bit more in good shape.
So,
any sign anyone's been here other than me?
yes, doesn't need a check to find out that there are more than your footprints in here. As like the floor is burnt, so anyone who's walking in is leaving like soot footprints as they're walking about. Obviously, all the curtains have been scorched. The window obviously has a giant hole in it from when it was smashed. As you go about and start looking around at things, like the fire
I
did the incendiary grenade or rocket did its work quickly, torching the room
yeah.
very fast.
I do want to take a photo of those other footprints because if I'm correct, tracing boots is a way to investigate.
Yes.
Might not be my area of expertise, but perhaps I can get in contact with someone that
Yep.
can.
Again, feel free, do another wits awareness check or wits investigation.
Wits awareness is better. Hey, that's pretty
So,
good.
as you begin walking around and taking your pictures of the footprints, you kind of get the inkling of, hey, these footprints are leading to where you would kind of like go to take pictures of areas. No one's like checking the fridge or like checking certain locations. No one's really like searching or scouring the apartment in a sense. It looks very routine. This does indicate that they haven't checked the fridge. So if it is intact, you would be aware that there is some blood in there.
I put a. Perhaps it's worth taking a look with a pair of gloves just in case.
You go in, open the fridge, see that the food inside cooked. So while the fire didn't get into the fridge, the fire definitely heated the fridge up. So a lot of like the food in there is like very like spoiled or burnt or like cooked in a sense.
Oof.
You go and reach and like hit like the special thing, knocks and locks at the back to open out. The refrigeration system seemed to have kept working though. So as you go and pull it out, you do get some blood packs. One blue, one orange, one white.
Maybe I could use these as a bargaining chip later.
Okay. You go and bring them out and start like putting the blood packs into your messenger bag. Obviously, the blue is even more orange, the oranges are now white, the whites are now useless. Some time will have passed, but that blood isn't completely fresh right now.
Yeah.
But if you make your bargaining right, they won't know that until it's too late.
Devious.
Again, looking around. Yeah, looks like only the police officers came in and just took some pictures. Nothing major going around. As you begin looking around, though, I want you to make a dexterity athletics check. So, as you're going around and looking around, you sit up straight to kind of like, from all that hunching, when suddenly something flies from the shelf and hits you square in the head.
Oh.
It looks like someone threw a burnt book at you, but because the book is so burnt, it just collapsed on you. So it looks like someone just threw an ash snowball at you.
Ugh. I doubt there's any identifying marks or anything on the book.
No, the book came flying from the shelf and collided with your head on impact, and then poof.
Well, that was a wee bit rude, didn't it? Though I apologize for not saying hello earlier. Though, you actually did give me an idea. Thank you. And she's gonna search the bookshelf, just in case there's anything.
As you go and look at the books, nothing of worth, the books are all obviously burnt. The moment you brush your hands against them, they start to just collapse.
Figures.
You get to the end and realize that one of the books wasn't like one of the books was obviously hollowed out and had something inside.
Oh,
It looks to have been a brass container.
interesting.
It looks, as you get it out, it does look like just a normal drinking cask.
Pop it open, take a sniff. If it's blood or
You twist it and give it a sniff. Alcohol. Evaporated
Figures.
alcohol now.
Could be something. If anything, Silas might want it back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So just
Everything inside this apartment is torched.
yeah. So, another idea comes to mind.
Yep.
I know from where the rocket was fired, and I can look at the impact. Perhaps there's something I can see from the firing position from this angle that could illuminate on something.
Okay. You head to the window, and from looking from where the window is, it makes it even more clear to you that they wouldn't have been able to perfectly discern the floor unless someone was by this window. However, you are also aware that Jonah did actually take the hit. He barely got out of that direct hit.
On the assumption Jonah is the rat, either A, he could have volunteered to take the hit just to throw people off his trail, or B, they just didn't care if their own rat got hit. Avenues to keep in mind, but
That is
So
something interesting.
I can't entirely rule Jonah out. I mean, it's what I would do if I wanted to keep my cover as a rat, after all.
Yeah, you don't really know much of Jonah. Like, you're aware that he's not the one of the brewery, but he's definitely like part of the brewery crew.
Mhm.
You're
Perhaps
again, you're specifically aware that the brewery crew, or Linda's crew, or Linda's coterie, is all Brewha. They don't usually allow outsiders unless they have good reason.
I might have to actually talk with Jonah later, see if I can discern anything about him better.
Again,
I'll add him to my list of individuals of interest.
Yeah. Again, you'll have to ask around, especially you'll probably have to like find some of the Toreador kindred. Obviously, again, you're aware that both Silas and Jonah are both Toreador kindred. They are both a part of similar social circles. Obviously, Jonah and Silas visited the brewery often, were in some form of good rapport with them. Obviously, they're both Dublin residents, so it could be because of just that.
I suppose just asking around the brewery will be the smartest thing to do.
Yeah. So that leaves up your investigation in here. All you've really drummed up is basically where they could have fired from, where the conflicts was happening, and also, yeah, there's still a ghost in the apartment.
Rather rude ghost.
Yes.
I
But
suppose I
a
should
ghost nonetheless, and you have now gotten Simon out.
That is true. Maybe I can convince Simon to come over here later and see if the ghost has any information.
Yes, that is an option you have. Probably for either another night.
Oh, definitely for another night.
But that leaves... I say that chalks up your investigation for tonight, at least.
Indeed.
You do have some chores you can do before. You have been given keys to go into certain locations.
Mhm. I
So
suppose
you
I
have a
suppose I
bit.
should do some chores.
So your errand list is of the following: go to Kit's apartment, feed her snake, go check on the other havens of the area as well, to make sure that
Makes
like there's been
sense.
no spying or no attacks in those areas as well.
Makes sense.
Obviously, you don't have to check the morgue because Simon's most likely returning there.
Hmm.
But obviously, Kit's residence, Mac's residence is also close to Kit's.
I suppose I should swing by Kit's, feed her snake, and then stop by Mac and go from there.
Okay. So, heading to Kit's place first.
Mm-hmm.
You do have the keys to easily go in. It's quite a mess of a location. You get the glimpse of like the person in there doesn't spend much time here. Fortunately, she has a snake, so it's something she doesn't have to feed daily. So you go to the freezer, you pull out a frozen dead rat. It's not a big rat, and obviously the snake isn't that big, but you probably spend a bit of time like maybe like oiling a kettle and defrosting it that way.
Yeah, let's just go for that.
Before then just dangling in it in front of the snake, making it look appetizing.
Here you go. Here you go, little buddy.
Snake successfully fed.
I touched dead rat.
Looking around Kit's apartment, the desk looks clean. She looks like she was working on something. There's definitely a lot of papers and a lot of letters lying around.
Do I snoop on my friend? Well, I suppose no one is above investigation right now, given how dire the situation is.
So I'm going to ask you to make 2 rolls:
Oh?
intelligence awareness and wits occult. Okay. Intelligence awareness is 2 successes, and wits occult is also 2 successes. So you looking around and looking at these letters, you would think, oh, Kit's a part of a Chimera Chantry, so obviously her business is blood ritual business or Tremere business and that kind of stuff concerning the Chantry.
Mm-hmm.
The letters you derive don't seem to be of that kind of nature. They seem to be of an alternate nature, of an alternate cult.
Interesting. Definitely noting this for later.
Yes. Drumming it down and using your occult, you have suspicions of who this might be. You think that Kit might be in business with some Benhari, who are basically a group of kindred who are primarily worshippers of Lilith.
Oh. One of the... I think that's like one of the only first or second gen vampires, so this is some big britches to form a cult around.
Yeah, again, they are very much basically like cult made up of mostly women that will allow men. It is specifically purely worship of Lilith. It's very against like the worshipping of Cain, and like the constraints of like the Camarilla and the teachings of the Camarilla and such like that. So it very much would be something like Anarch's worship. It's also not something limited to Kindred.
That is very interesting. I will definitely keep this in mind.
Aside from that, you can't think of like anything like ill will going on. And like from all the Kindred you are aware of, none of the initials on the letters kind of give you away of the names you know. But that leaves things away. Off to Mac's place now.
Yep.
So, as you make your way to Mac's place is a lot more organized, a lot more cleaner. So you see, it shows the air of a like disciplined lifestyle.
I'll give her some kudos for that.
Not really many errands you need to run here. One thing that does catch your attention though, but it's going to require I'd say wit to wit, and let's do wit's investigation.
At least I have something in investigation.
Yeah. Nope.
I'm gonna reroll that.
See, willpower reroll then. Okay, so going around, there's nothing really out of place, apart from in the center on the table is a big birthday cake.
It's actually kind of cute. Someone's birthday, maybe.
Next to that birthday cake is a letter.
Probably from family, but maybe it could be just something wholesome to lighten the mood.
Yeah. So again,
give it a quick read.
So it reads, the letter, the birthday card reads as follows. To my darling child, Mackenzie. Please enjoy the efforts of my work. This cake is of a interesting recipe. The work of trying to make blood solid, have a more solid and bloody texture, while still being able to sate one's hunger. The taste isn't quite as well as I would have hoped from the recipe. It does have a nutty flavoring to it that is not appealing to our taste, but is the closest thing a Tremere vampire can have to creating solid food from blood. From your sire, Victor.
Aw, it's kind of wholesome of you, Victor. That also makes me kind of jealous of my own sire as a fucking deadbeat. Oh well. She's just gonna gently set the letter down and leave the cake alone.
Okay. Okay, so as you place it down and you leave Mac's abode, you'll spend the night back at your own place, or one of your many safe houses. And begin a new night. So, as a new night begins, it means a new fresh rouse check.
Yep, another night, another rat.
Another failed rouse check as that blood rises and he goes, we did too much work that last night. Well, we did eat a lot and we had a lot of fun. Do we have to do more investigation work? Can't we just have like a lazy day where like we actually go and just gorge for a bit? Maybe do something fun. Maybe take that new Ford Transit for a test spin. Maybe get a few speeding tickets.
Now, my beast. As fun as that does sound, and trust me, oh, that is so tempting. Would you rather prefer to relieve a rat scurrying about that could potentially stab us in the back later?
But it means going to the sewer. Don't like it.
I don't like the sewer either. Oh, trust me, my friend, but it's better than getting an RPG shot at the back of my head.
The beast takes a moment to weigh those options. Fine.
Don't worry, we'll sneak a bite on the way. Just for you.
Yeah. So, the Green Hill. So,
yep.
You are aware of Green Hill. It is the hideaway for the Green Hill group, the Green Hill Coterie. It is a coterie of Bruja kindred who reside in Topside, kind of treating the abandoned community center as their haven. Below the building, though, is where the Nosferatu operate.
Mm-hmm.
These Nosferatu are not aligned with the Nosferatu of Clyde of the Temple. You're aware
that definitely makes sense.
Aware that their behavior to one another is quite adversarial. You've always had an inkling of Clyde's constantly trying to kill them. Why are they living so close to Clyde so confidently? Like Clyde knows where they are. They know where Clyde is, but nothing really comes of it.
Probably because both sides are in a stalemate, and one can't get a definitive advantage over the other. That's my personal guess.
Perhaps. Maybe something you can ask and try and figure out when you get there. But yeah, you also now have your Ford Transit, so you can drive.
Ooh, I drive.
No more traveling on foot, you can drive away. So, you're also aware that your business here at Green Hill is, because this is mostly the place where Nosferatu reside, and all of the other Nosferatus work together in organizing, intel, gather, and spy. RotFiend should be here.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning you probably have to talk your way into trying to find out if he's there, get in touch with him, or figure out where he's gone. So, you make your way to the community center.
At least I have an excuse for why I want to see a RotFiend that isn't a total lie.
Mm-hmm.
I have yet to thank him for helping us with that business with the bitch.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, the outside of the Green Hill is an abandoned community center. So, there's no front door for you to go in.
Yep, just gonna stroll up rather casually.
Start walking in? Or are you gonna let you make your presence known?
Oh, I'm making my presence known. I'm not being quiet about this.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, that would get me off on the wrong foot with some of these people.
Yeah. As you go in, and you will start walking past, you see people, obviously mortals, kind of in a drunken or drug-filled haze. There's also the sounds of loud music beating in the background. Some people who are definitely experiencing bad trips or are passed out in the corner, looking like they show signs of having been fed on. You have the inkling that this place is basically a drug den that is also used as a feeding ground for the Bruja.
Fair way to go about it, I suppose. The taste of drugged blood is disgusting, in my opinion. But no one's gonna really question a druggie laying on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You do have to kind of keep your wits and senses sharp as you're walking through, though.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure whether or not the behavior of these Bruja would be antagonistic right away. But you haven't seen any of them yet, and as you're walking along, do you want to try and be stealthy, or just keep strutting?
Sorry if my replies are a little bit delayed. I do have food.
Yeah, no worries.
But no, I think being stealthy and getting caught would put me on the wrong foot and just make the aggression guaranteed. I think it's best that I'm just upfront, honest. At least, mostly honest, and...
Yep. It gets to a moment where you start getting to the center. The music seems to have just gotten turned up even louder.
I will activate Sense the Beast, though, just in case I do need to detect any hostility.
Okay. Begin sensing the beast. You roll a resolve animalism check. So you roll animalism, attribute resolve. No successes. So there is a brief moment where you think you know where they are, but every time you turn around, the noise kind of drags and draws your attention. Till suddenly, sitting at the railway, basically sitting on the rails at the top of a floor above you, someone hurls a can at you that clunks you back of the head.
Ow.
Well. What brings Basalt's prized pony to our domain?
I'm just here for a conversation. Mostly just worried about some of the people from the brewery. Wanted to see if y'all have heard anything from them. Ask how they're doing.
Sophisticated fancy pants. Now, heard you took quite a beating though the other day. Apparently that bitch got our ass set on fire. Huh, would have loved to see it. Sitting on top of the rail is... You don't see his face directly. He's wearing a balaclava that looks like it's fanged jagged teeth. He's wearing a baseball cap with his hood up. And two bright, beaming red eyes.
Dig the balaclava.
He didn't think you'd get that reaction from you right away. Right, anyway. What you doing here?
Just honestly looking for some information. But just, yeah, what I said earlier. Mostly just wanted to talk, see if there's anything down the grapevine that's interesting.
He pulls something out of his jacket pocket. Looks like a digital camera. He points it at you and you see a red light turn on. Right then, well, if you got something to say it.
Aw. Streaming me to everyone else. Anyway, let's see, words are hard. Just fun. What would I say here?
I mean, if you want, you can try and just roll charisma persuasion. And I can figure out what you say based on your successes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm built for this.
So you just get straight to the point. You're looking for information on RotFiend. You want to know where he is.
Want to say thank you for helping me with something earlier.
Yeah, you do divulge it in such a way of you make it aware, you manage to convince them that you're not looking for them at the behest or orders of anyone else. As you are talking, though, you feel someone rummaging in your pocket.
Hey now.
Immediately, something just shimmers to your side. A woman, lanky, wearing very loose-fitting clothes, very covering. She goes and moves around you, dances around you even. Oh, look at this, what do we have here? Oh, it seems Mr. RotFiend found himself a new girlfriend, it seems. She's holding the phone you recently acquired the other night.
Ah, yes, that. He did help us when I was looking for someone, but I wanted to say thank you.
Ah, well, how sweet of him, how sweet of him. Let's see what you are. And she goes and she gives you a bit of a sniff. You don't have his scent around you, so you haven't met him in person, so I can label you as not being one of those skanks. So I guess you can call us friends for now. I'm Balor.
Nice to meet you. Name's Melissa.
Well, Melissa. The RotFiend isn't here. He's not been here for a while. Not really been checking in from what we hear. Don't really have much information to give you either if you don't have anything to return in kind. Oh, we have something you could offer.
Oh?
Don't get RotFiend stink on you, but you got the stink of another. Got the bastard Clyde stench on you. That much we can tell.
Oh, I'm just a humble courier. If someone needs my services,
Yeah, we know.
I do it.
Kinda got an inkling you're the one who dropped the package off a week or so back.
Yes, sorry about that. Professional business. I don't look at my clients' packages when I deliver.
You're keeping so tight to secrecy, so endearing and loyal and not kind of the thing we're looking for. Come on, you can be a little bit of a more loose lips, you know.
Well, what are you looking for then? I might just have it.
You know, I'm looking for a girl who can be a bit more loose lipped, get that tongue wagging. Something to light my fire, you could say. But if you're so kind enough that you're frequenting the temple, well, you probably get an inkling that does Nosferatu don't really get to go there that much. But he's keeping so many secrets there. It's kind of difficult for us to resist the danger, you could say.
I see.
If you could divulge some information, like location descriptions, and if you find a way to really shove something up his back passage, we'd really appreciate it.
I think I see what you're asking for.
Aye. Again, we're Nosferatu. We trade in secrets and we kind of have it really difficult not to try and uncover the secrets. And when you've got a cheeky bastard over there who really doesn't appreciate our kind and actively tries to hunt and kill us, I kind of want to learn more about that. Like, what the fuck is Clyde? We know he's an ugly bastard like us, but he's not exactly like us, is he? If you could dig us some dirt on the fucker, or give us at least something for us to get an edge on him, maybe we'll help you with your RotFiend problem.
Is the camera still on her?
The camera is still pointing at you. The brewer at the top seems to be filming. He catches you looking at the camera. Oh, don't worry about that. Jeff here is kind of recording you so the rest of the group can see what you have to say.
Well, if we're going to be trading in secrets, then having it divulged to the rest of the group is a bit of a breach, is it not?
Oh, no, not at all. Again, we know you're not exactly in deep with your coterie. So we all know you're more of a business person. And don't worry, the rest of our group are here, we're watching. We're keeping an eye unless, like, something else gets our attention. But you've got mine at least, lassie. So,
Well,
you help me out, and I'll help you out. What can you tell us about the temple?
I am hunting for some secrets of my own, but I suppose fair's fair. And Melissa will start describing the interior of the temple the best she can.
Are you being 100% truthful? Or are you trying to add flourishes?
She's being truthful.
Okay, this is going to be charisma etiquette. How many successes is how much information you divulge without divulging information you really kind of don't want to get out to them.
Fuck it.
Alright, willpower you roll. Okay, 2
Nothing.
successes. So you are completely honest with him, so you give him a detailed layout of like what the procedure is. You tell them about the fact that if they uncover who someone is in the temple, they have to do a favor, which is what led you to placing the bombs. You also divulge that Kit works for Clyde, which wasn't something you were wanting to let slip. But as you were yapping and being completely honest, you've let slip that Kit works for Clyde and she is working at the temple. To which Bala makes a note of this.
Melissa's going to realize she let that slip and decides to add a little bit more detail, if only to try and save Kit's skin.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, with only 2 successes, you divulged enough to know that if they want to try and get more information, they probably have to go the Kit angle. To which Bala is very interested in Kit and Mac as well now. But she only asked for information on Clyde in exchange for information on RotFiend. So she will tell you the following. That RotFiend has recently been in the business of using his voice acting talents. That he was working with someone, Russell Bustle's description of someone with long hair, definitely a kindred, long jacket, definitely gives the air of Toreador kindred. He was working with them to trick and kind of like socially hack his way into situations, like say manipulating a shipment to being moved to a different location, as well as manipulating the voices of a police chief so someone could better get in and get out with, say, a stone hand. She mentions that the moment the Nosferatu here kind of caught wind of that, they kind of didn't allow RotFiend to return because they know they would have brought too much heat because they know he would have angered Basalt.
Oh, he most certainly has.
So he's not here. He's most likely either hiding out in the sewer networks, which is something that at this time the Nosferatu here have kind of been not wanting to do. They describe that something else has been lurking in the sewer network as well. Something big. But apparently RotFiend's been taking the risk. So if you were wanting to find RotFiend, you'd probably have to do a sweep of the sewer networks.
Noted. Thank you. That is some very juicy information.
She does tell you to be careful, though. There is something very big and very nasty down there.
Since we're here, would you like to trade in some more secrets? I do have more information I am sadly looking for.
What information do you have to trade?
Perhaps the information I have to trade could, in fact, be the question.
Ask away.
We're suspecting there's a rat. And I've been charged to find out who.
Well, if you're asking about a rat, it's most likely the person RotFiend has been working for. So if you find RotFiend, you get confirmation who the rat is. All we know is that they're a Toreador.
Which... Say, there is someone I've been looking for that I believe is a Toreador. I believe their name was Jonah? Often spotted near the brewery?
We don't frequent the brewery that much. Could put our ear to the ground, see what we can dig up from the Toreador social circles.
That would be lovely. Because, you see, you've most likely heard about the explosion at the apartment buildings.
It's gotten our attention.
I could give you some of the juicy details of what went down, as I was there personally.
Do tell.
In exchange, I just want some information on the whereabouts of some of the individuals involved in the situation. Is that a deal?
We'll have to know what we're looking at before we can give assurances.
And she's going to explain what went down at the apartment building with a little bit of putting emphasis on the fact that Jonah was in the window that led them to being found. Indicating she thinks, just hinting that she thinks Jonah, is the rat. Despite getting hit face on with the blast.
Do you divulge that the attackers, you suspect them to be Banu Hakim?
I'll say I have an idea what clan they are, but I'll save that information for if it's necessary to get something out of them in return.
She goes back, takes a few steps back so you can't, trying to mask what she's saying into a little microphone.
What would it be to try and listen into this? Wits awareness?
Yep, wits awareness.
Come on, baby, come on. Woo! That's damn near the best I can do.
All right, so you've got the following. She marks this off as code blue. She's requesting that the Nosferatu try and get in touch with their branch in Belfast. About any Camarilla operations in Dublin territory. Judging from this, you are suspecting that Balor is thinking that Camarilla were involved in this attack. That's only from the information you've given.
Should I maybe do something to...
Again, you could reiterate that you suspect that this is Sabbat.
What does Blood Axe align with the Sabbat, right? From what we know?
Do you mention this to her?
Not Blood Axe specifically, but...
Do you
I'm asking...
What, again,
yeah.
You can either mention Blood Axe or you can mention Sabbat.
I can't say for certain if the whole Sabbat are behind this, but I have a very good suspicion Blood Axe is, so I think I'll try and pin the blame more on him.
Okay, so the moment you mention Blood Axe, Balor gets that attention and she goes, I've seen that name before. If you can... fuck it, come with me.
Okay.
And she leads you down to the lower levels of the community center. Down below, you see a lot of like surveillance tech and physical media.
Not surprised.
As well as like over information, and there's like, so not exactly the youngest, not exactly like the old elder kind of secret keeping Nosferatu here, but a lot of our elders who have been here since the old days and fell. The information's still been lying around, and you do have like the odd old textbook. She pulls out like a book that looks almost like a Bible. It has a gold casing and lots of gems on it.
Ooh.
And there's like, she opens it and starts like flicking through, and she goes, so we're aware that this island used to be Sabbat territory. It wasn't actually that long ago that it actually became Camarilla and then Anarch. But we had the inkling that usually it's been fighting for it for a long time, and Blood Axe does pop up. He pops up in some UK archives as well. Back when the Sabbat were having that scuffle with the sun god, or Mithras.
Ooh.
Mithras dealt a massive blow to the Zamitzi, I think he is. So, if he was in Torpor, and he was still in Torpor by the time the rest of the Sabbat got out of Ireland, you know, for the Gehenna War, my suspicion is he just woke up and realised all his mates are fucked off. Then again, Eric seems to have a hard-on for fighting Mithras, and maybe he hasn't realised that Mithras is also dead.
Maybe.
I don't know, this is all fucking older stuff. Like, I just came here from America. There's some older Nosferatu here, not the kind of people that you want to talk to, though. They mostly stay on the ground, they're not the social types. Really fucking hate Clyde. Never, glad to keep the secrets. So, I only have, like, the old archive stuff. I know Eric's an old kindred.
Yeah.
And if he's been in Torpor for so long, it's probably been a good, like, 50, 100 years or so. And again, Mithras has been dead for, like, since World War II. Well, that's just
That
from what,
has been.
that's all we know so far. And again, information's been a bit tight at the moment. We lost contact with our UK branch,
Mm,
so we don't
that is
really
a
know what
shame.
the fuck's going on over there. All we know is a lot of them are either scarce or dead. So we've lost a lot of info.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Still, would love an opportunity to try and head to London one day and get some of that information back. Think of all like the seekers that have either been just, no, they'd be in the hands of the Second Inquisition by now. Fuck. Unless
Yeah.
unless the Nosferatu groups there were wise enough to torch it before. You know, like we did with Shreknet.
I'm gonna put my faith and say that they were wise enough to burn anything before they fled.
It's a shame that.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's why we continue to preserve this old crap and don't leave it in some kind of fancy pants museum. But we know Eric Bloodaxe. Former Norwegian king ends up in Ireland fighting Mithras. Dies in Ireland fighting Mithras. And now, poof! He's back here again. Fighting whatever the fuck.
And he's causing a lot of trouble for my group, too.
Guess he's picking a fight with Basalt. That'll be fun. God old Eric Bloodaxe versus the Diamondback. That'll be interesting to see.
So, I like you. You are quite the connection. What do you say we work together from here on? Information for information.
Let's see what you can interest us in. You know, you did leave a bomb outside our place, you know. We're not exactly that forgiving.
Yeah, I know. I am so terribly sorry about that.
Aside from maybe RotFiend, he was kind enough to give you his number. We're not exactly the social sort. We're kind of keeping our heads down. At least until Clyde's dealt with, but he's not going to be dealt with anytime soon.
Yeah.
And, you know, we don't really want to leave.
That's also fair. Though, those assassins that seem to be working with Bloodaxe, I actually do have I did say I have a suspicion of what clan they are, yes?
Really?
I do. Though, say I give you this information in exchange for keeping an eye on any of Bloodaxe's operations?
We're not exactly watchmen, we're more... Think of us as news reporters. We want to get there after the action and get the stories. Nah.
That is fair.
Not our trouble. Give us some information on the last, you know, though. The kit one. You know, addresses, favorite colors, is she banging anyone, that kind of stuff.
Oh,
you know,
I see.
Anything that gives us leverage. If she's in with Clyde, then in him.
Actually, the two her and Clyde seem to have not be on the best terms.
Interesting. Maybe we'll pay her a visit then. But
anyway. Are you sure you don't want to hear my suspicion? It's rather juicy.
Nah. We'll be fine. We'll figure out who they are if they ever plan on attacking us. It's fine though. Topside will deal with it first before they get to us.
Fair enough. Though, I'm trying to think of a good piece of information you could give me in exchange, because I really think you'll like this information.
Yeah, sure, shit, hit me. We'll try and bargain. Right,
I am 99% sure they were Banu Hakim.
They're not really the Sabbat type, you know.
I know.
Really,
That's
they
the
would taste
strange
for
part.
justice, blood. Hmm. Unless they really want the target they're fighting,
Mm.
which could be interesting. You know, considering what Basalt's wanting to do.
Hmm. And there's anyway. I definitely think that is some juicy information, though. I mean, Banu Hakim working with someone was reportedly Sabbat.
Hmm. Tell you what, if RotFiend comes to us kicking and screaming, crying for our help, we'll give you a ring first.
Kind of, yeah.
Right, well, if you can be so kind of, fucking off now.
Alright. It was a pleasure doing business with you.
Ah, yeah, pleasure meeting you. We don't usually meet women whose lips can flap that much as yours.
I am quite a talker.
Ah, you got the real gift of the gab.
I must say you're quite a talker yourself.
Yeah.
This was a very fun conversation.
He lets you leave, and you're free to leave the community centre. So, got some more information.
Indeed.
Now, before we end, you can give your final report.
Jonah is definitely suspect number 1 on the list.
Yep, you currently have 2 suspects, because you only know
Indeed.
2 Toreador of Kindred. Unfortunately, you don't have enough evidence to rule one out over the other.
Unfortunately.
Silas, who has shown disdain for the authority of Basalt, and also Jonah, who has also shown it. So, opinions-wise and behavior-wise, you can't rule
Both
out
of them
either.
would match.
The only way you're going to fully discern is by catching RotFiend.
Indeed, though the rumor of something quote-unquote big and nasty in the sewers, I'm gonna need some muscle to help with that.
Yep. Indeed you are. So, brief recap from the previous session is that while you were out in the town dealing with all of the incidents that happened with collecting and training the Tremere, you found them, got in a notification with the brewery, and went over to a discern location, which was Silas's apartment, to smooth over the situation, figure out bearings, figure out stuff. During that time, you were attacked, and Silas's apartment was basically firebombed. And during that attack, you all got out relatively safe. And then was all informed that yes, there is someone in there who is basically a rat. They have been in league with the outside forces of Dublin, which is basically suspecting of like the Banu Hakim who have been attacking you in like the special forces gear, the so-called Eric Bloodaxe, who is apparently a Sabbat who has some form of like station outside of town and has been creating these Cybermen, these ghouls with cybernetic enhancements that have been causing you trouble over the past few nights. As well as they've been doing things like they arranged for the incident at the very start with the transport of the artifacts and the statue parts and the mix-up with them. They organized the attack that caused a member of Mac's family to have their throat cut and almost you all dying in the attack as well. So this person has most likely been responsible for like feeding information and also creating situations that led you into danger or led the kindred in Dublin into compromised positions. And Damien Basalt, the Baron of Dublin, is wanting to basically get this rat found, get this rat dealt with. And with this information, and thanks to the information searched by Melissa during her time going out there, while all of you were basically told, hey, you're all going to stay in the church, and yeah, well, we'll feed you blood packs every night, and you stay in the church. If you leave the church, you're only going to make yourself look suspicious. Melissa obviously can't do that and is in a trusted enough position that she could just freely leave and do her own investigation and figuring out like who the rat is and how we can find out. Also during that time, Simon was allowed out early purely for like necessity reasons, because Simon has a specific goal, which is to research the book, which Simon has now completed doing, and Simon also did other things during the downtime. But for everyone else, it's kind of you're in the church, you're not allowed to leave the church until like you're told to, so for this time, I'm basically going to have you tell me how your characters would respond to the fact that you have to remain in the church for a couple of nights. Starting with Mac.
Well, I guess my first question would actually be how much we're actually being fed, because
1 blood pack, depending on behavior.
right, because Mac is like full up of minor wounds, whatever that's called again.
Yep, you are maximum superficial damage. So,
Yeah, so like
you
I'm just gonna have to like live with that the whole time, or
we shall see. So, do you want to actually start doing rouse checks to heal?
sure.
Okay. So, let me find it on your sheet, what your blood potency is. I believe you only heal 1 point of superficial damage per mend. So, each rouse check, you heal 1 point of superficial damage.
So let's see. This goes. Okay.
Okay.
That's 1 minute.
Yep, so that puts you on 3 hunger.
I guess I'll do another one.
I put you on 4 hunger.
Great, cool, awesome.
Again, you have the benefit of your beast doesn't scream at you and isn't like a diva about of it. But yeah, so we'll say replenish 2 hunger from 2 nights of blood packs. I won't force you to make rouse checks for each night.
Okay. Then I mean, I guess that means then a little more healing if I can.
Alright, let's try and do some more healing. Success.
Hey!
Yay!
Yahoo! Woo!
Again.
Again.
Again!
Nice.
Okay. And then again.
No!
So, like, there's been, like, while you've been slowly healing through the night, there's just been, like, a certain moment of time where you've just gotten, like, really antsy and, like, bitchy and argumentative with everyone. But you are on 3 hunger. We'll leave you at that. We'll leave you on 3 hunger with 2 superficial damage. So, like, all of your cuts and bruises haven't completely gone away. Yeah, so So it's not completely bad, it's not completely great, but at least it's in a serviceable situation.
Yeah, and I think like anytime that Mac would be getting these blood bags, I think each time she would be like visibly a bit more like ravenous in her eating of them. Not necessarily more ravenous like actually, but just the way that she's eating them, she'd be trying to get faster.
Like, so instead of like poking one straw and you're poking 2 straws.
Or just like biting the damn thing, because if she could just eat faster, she could do that quicker and rip it out of them. Maybe
like the Capri Sun blood pack just becomes super shriveled.
Yeah. With the thinking that like, you know, once she can really get out there, she can just rip into people.
Yep.
Right. So then in terms of what she's actually doing during the time stuck in there, she'd probably be just like, I don't know, boxing, shadow boxing and stuff. Just and brooding in a corner, I guess, thinking of violence.
Shall we add some hanging upside down from the top of a church in there?
Hey, the steeple's off limits. You're not allowed up there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just imagine that she just like sits in a pew and fiddles with her rope bracelet that she's got and just like stares.
Okay. Alright, Kit. What's Kit like in this time?
Well, Kit's gonna pretty much wherever she gets put to sleep, she stays in the area. The only time she'll leave is to get the food, to find something to read. She's just staying in the area she's told, keeping herself occupied, not really doing much besides that and sleeping.
Okay, blanket fort. Got it. No rouse check, no bad behavior, replenish 2 hunger.
Right.
Like, someone like hands you blood packs through by your tongs. Alright. Penny, you probably have the easiest time.
Yeah,
The church is literally your home.
Yeah, basic church work. Doing small sermons for the old people who come in like almost every night for some reason. Cleaning, dusting everything. This place is so dusty all the time for some reason.
You also have 4 hunger.
Yep.
So.
Very hungry.
Yep. Are you going to try and just sate yourself over the blood packs?
Yeah, I'm just gonna deal with the blood packs for now. I'm not gonna try and ask to go hunting or just go hunting. I'm just gonna sate with the blood packs for now.
Alright. And you also have 5 points of superficial damage.
Yes. For now, I'm too hungry to do any healing. I don't want to go over 5 or do frenzy checks.
You can always slake 2 and then do as many rouse checks afterwards.
Yeah, I'll just slake the 2 and do a hunger. Yeah, one rouse.
3 hunger.
It's another.
Why do we have to be stuck here? Why can't we go hunting? Come on. Those guys attacked us. We can go after them. We can go after them, Penny. Chase them down. Drink them dry.
No,
she can do it.
Fine.
Such a bore. Used to be cool.
I'm not risking it. That's all I'm gonna heal. Yeah, just cleaning and doing and talking to people who come in, and yeah, that's about it.
Alright. So then leads us to Silas. So Silas, you have been confined to a church. How does Silas feel about this?
thought Silas was helping find RotFiend.
Not yet. You have been confined to the church like everyone else.
Okay. Silas is probably off in a dark corner over somewhere brooding.
Okay, you can brood with Mac listening to My Chemical Romance or something.
Yeah.
Just like brooding, complaining. It's like, can't believe that new Twilight movie came out. Why do they have to make vampires suck so much? We're cool. Right, you also do have a situation of you have 6 superficial damage, but you are on 2 hunger. So you can do some healing if you so wish.
Okay. For some reason, my thing reset. So.
Yep, also let me heal your willpower. Yep, so if you want to heal, if you want to mend some superficial damage, roll a rouse check.
Yeah.
You'll also get some blood.
Okay. There's the button.
Yep. So you are. So 1 rouse check, 1 failed. You heal 1 superficial damage. You gotta try any more?
Yeah. Try it one more time.
For hunger, but you heal another superficial damage. But during that time, your beast just is very like ravenous. Like, how can they do it to some people of refinement like us? If our father hears from this, they're all weak anyway. We could just bust out. They won't stop us.
Silas tries to push the big beast back. All in good time, my friend. All in good time.
Alright, so during this time, you will get to say 2 hunger
Okay.
from some blood packs.
1, 2.
Then, so I'll say you have spent of only 2 nights in this church, because that is specifically how long Melissa's investigation took her.
And it was quite the investigation, let me tell you.
So before we get to that, we will have a brief moment, because you weren't the only kindred who were stuck in the church. Crow was also stuck in the church. However, Crow was only stuck in the church for 1 night, as some time passed, and basically while Crow was nursing his wounds and also got some blood, Craven came to the church and quite specifically just demanded Crow be returned. And like, if anything happened or Crow opened his eye, Craven would deal with it. But specifically because Linda demanded Crow be returned to her custody, the church relented, let Crow go. So Crow only spent 1 night in the church. He wasn't like the most irritated by the situation. He was kind of more in a state of panic and concern. He was constantly asking about Linda and the boss during that time. Jonah, however, very antsy, didn't talk to anyone, was trying to find ways of making phone calls and like trying to figure out how he can also negotiate his way of leaving as well. But there was a brief argument between him and Craven when Craven said only Crow gets to leave. Jonah had to remain. And then the next night after, some other men came and collected Jonah. To which Jonah did attempt to resist, but realizing he was kind of outmatched, relented. And now we will start with the new scene of, so, Melissa, you are
Yep.
entering the church with Rocco.
Hey. All right, let's get everyone briefed on everything we've learned.
All right, children, gather around, gather around. To give you all the good news, all of you are free to go and leave the church. Because the boss has a job for you.
Mm-hmm.
However, one of you is going to have to come with me because the boss would like to see you. Now, he pulls out a hat that looks to have pieces of paper inside. We can leave this for the fun way, but begins to pull names out. And the first piece of paper, as he turns it towards you all, says Simon.
Is Simon even here, though?
Nope. Pulls out
Okay.
another piece of paper. Says Simon. Another piece of paper. Says Simon.
Huh.
Another piece of paper. Says Kit. But he also tears that up. You're in like, how the hell did that get in there?
Melissa is gonna just chuckle at this.
Is your hat like broken or something? Seems to be
It's,
sort of a pretty shit magic trick.
I don't know. It's not my hat. I mean, look. And he's like, it's a policeman's hat. A bobby hat.
Eh.
Like, do I look like someone who would wear something like this? And like, he points it and turns it to you all.
Nah, not really.
Yes,
So, looks like there are a few people here that I were expecting to be here that aren't. Namely, Crow and Jonah?
Mama Hen wanted a chicken back, and Jonah's gonna night with the boss. So, you don't have to worry
Okay,
about
then
this.
that takes care of that concern.
Alright. Mel gives you a little salute. Fill them in on the job tonight. I'm going to go
Alrighty.
pick up Simon.
Alright, so I got some good news, some bad news, and just some news all around. So, first things first, she's going to reach into her bag and pull out a flask and walk over to Silas. I do believe this was in your apartment while I was investigating, hidden in one of the books.
Silas says, looks down at it, takes it from Melissa, turns it over in his hands.
Alright, so this is a small-ish tin flask. Fits in your hand, has a bit of a bend to it, has also a small dentation in the top right corner. Do you have any connection with this flask?
No.
Noted.
Alright.
Silas says, I've never seen this before. So it's in my apartment?
It was specifically in one of the books, hidden away, so if it's not yours, then I have no idea what to tell you there. Anyway,
What's important about that exactly?
I'm just getting that out of the way. Next on the notes, let's see, she just pulls out her notebook. Right, so we have information on who was behind the shipment and the police station. And it's
Ah, good.
RotFiend.
Great. Alright then.
We know RotFiend is hiding in the sewers, but that's not the only thing down there. Some of the information I gathered suggests that there is something very big and nasty, and that RotFiend is taking a massive risk to hide in the sewers with that thing out and about.
So we're gonna have to try to race to get to RotFiend before the base, or is he somehow
Potentially.
safe?
Oh no, RotFiend is definitely taking the risk from what I know, so whatever it is not friendly. Chances are we're probably gonna have to sneak around it and hope RotFiend was able to do the same, if we want to get him alive.
Oh,
Another thing. I got a description of RotFiend's partner, which is our rat. And the description I got was, and I quote, a toreador with slicked hair and a general dislike for the Baron.
oh,
Which leads to two primary suspects. Jonah and Silas.
Figures.
Yep. Let's see. Any other useful information for today? Nope, that's everything you need to know about our current mission. She just closes the book with a little thump. So, mission? Get in the sewers, find RotFiend. And hopefully not find whatever that big and nasty monster I was warned about is.
while we potentially have a rat with us.
Yes, the circumstances are circumstances, and... Actually, how was Jonah acting while they were here?
Very flighty. It's like kept trying to get out. Like like a unnerved cat for some reason.
Well,
Come to
if I
think
were
of
betting-
it.
Yeah, if I
Come
were
to
betting
think of it.
girl- Huh?
Come to think of it, Saz turns the flask over and over in his hands. I think I remember either Crow or Jonas having this on their hip. I forget who it was, but now that I'm a suspect in this, I can tell you that I believe this was on Jonas's hip. So if it has anything to do with him,
Yeah.
then it's probably a clue left behind to place
Given-
blame on me.
Perhaps. But given our current information, if I were a betting girl, I'd be putting my chips down on Jonah being the rat.
Also, I've been with you guys the entire time during this whole escapade, so I really haven't had time to really go off on my own.
This is true.
Look, I'm definitely willing to believe it is Jonah. I'm just stating all the possibilities here.
Fair enough. And I don't blame you if you have your suspicions either. I mean, we have all got our own little tucked away secrets, but I can assure you, considering I've been with you this entire time, that I am not the rat.
Well, either way, we have to find RotFiend in the sewers.
We gotta find Simon. Simon's the only one who hasn't been here with us lately, so maybe I don't want to point fingers or anything, but it's mighty suspicious.
No, that I think Simon was working on something for the boss. We've already rolled them out as a suspect.
Yeah.
All right.
With that, we will
But-
actually skip the scene to Simon. Coterie, you have a goal of finding RotFiend. Here is a visual description of RotFiend. It is on a brief piece of paper that is also seems to have in the bottom corner a video game concept art.
Ow. He is one ugly motherfucker.
So this is a real picture.
Well,
There you
getting
Guys.
pictures of Nosferatu would definitely be a Masquerade breach. So they've kind of gone about it of digital, or basically like an artistic representation of them, as detailed as possible. But also drumming that up as concept art. So it isn't a Masquerade breach and is plausible.
Okay, but hear me out. You could have just taken a photo of him and then claimed it was practical effects for an upcoming horror movie that someone's working on.
Photographs
check
of
out this
Nosferatu
Nosferatu
are hard to
costume.
come by.
That's fair, that's fair. Just saying.
And most Nosferatu are not quite so keen of being photographed or shown in any digital evidence whatsoever.
Also fair.
They aren't as
Anyways.
loving of the camera as Tori does.
So we're gonna find
RotFiend.
right who looks like a sewer monster, but not gonna find the other sewer monster that is a sewer monster.
Oh yeah, that sums it up.
So what's the other sewer monster that we don't want to be finding?
Melissa's just gonna give Mac a shrug. All I know is it's big and scary.
Great.
Yeah, the people I got the information from weren't exactly too elucidating on what the other was, just that it exists and it is scary enough for the kindred to be wary of.
Very much
Shot in the dark.
RotField, run the fuck away.
Yep. Shot in the dark, maybe it's a werewolf.
So you are also missing 2 bits of information that you can trade over. Is 1, RotFiend has the arm.
Yep.
The arm is very
Oh.
important. The arm is actually the primary goal. As
Yep.
well as his testimony on who Lorette is.
Yeah. Also, Kit, can I just pull you to the side for a second?
It follows.
Melissa's just gonna lean in and whisper in Kit's ear. So, to get the information from those other Nosferatu that I was talking with, they wanted information on, Clyde's place. And I kinda accidentally let it slip that you might be working with him, but I made sure to elucidate that you two aren't on good terms, but if some other Nosferatu show up, I am so terribly sorry.
At least you warned me. That
Mm-hmm.
matters.
Anyway, with that out of the way, I think we're ready to hunt.
Okay. So,
I do think that, just as I want to mention that, like, assuming Mac's like close enough to hear, she just gives you like a glare, and just like, come on, making my job harder.
Melissa's just gonna have that hands up defensive look like, yeah, I know I fucked up.
Right.
So,
Anyway, we need to find RotFiend, the arm, and get the testimony on who the rat is.
okay. So, how do you want to prepare for the fact that you will be going into the sewers?
I am probably gonna have to be a bloodhound. I'm probably just gonna have to be the bloodhound for this one.
I also have Sense the Beast, so that will make
not-
2 of us.
Not just that.
Uh-huh.
There's a separate thing that I have. Where is it?
Well, one of the few times I can actually bring my sword with me whenever I'm walking around, so hey.
Yeah, you do have Oblivion sight.
Oh, that's gonna be very nice.
Yeah, I have bloodhound. I don't have to taste resonances to smell them. I can just sniff the air and tell if something's close.
Okay, No, Oblivion Sight is also very important.
Yes.
Penelope, I have some information to give you. So, that flask, it is leaking miasma.
Oh.
You have no idea what the hell that means because you are not Simon. You just see stuff. You don't understand stuff. You just look at it.
Where's my asthma? Poison?
Is it a ghost? Is it a
You cannot. Okay, it would be an intelligence occult check.
me?
Specifically for
This
Yeah.
is just for Penny because if you don't have Oblivion Sight, you cannot see this.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, one success is one
The
success.
one success.
Nope.
Oh,
You just.
Oh.
It could be whatever was inside of it that was causing this like black smoke, deliriously like. Looking at the flask, or like the brief moments you've seen the flask, it doesn't actually look like a flask. It looks like a mirage of a flask. Like as like Mel was handing it off, you could like see Mel's hands blending through the flask itself, as almost if like the flask wasn't actually real. Like it was made of like something else, like something like water. So yeah,
What?
keep that in mind. You have no idea what that is.
I'm just gonna come out and say it. That's not a flask.
What do you mean? It's totally a flask.
Do you have Oblivion Sight?
No.
No. Okay. Looking at it, that's more like something disguising itself, or someone disguised it as a flask. That's not a flask.
is there anything in it?
Not that I can tell. It's leaking a smoke-ish.
We should probably get this to Simon later. They're the adult one.
I'd not open it.
Let's just keep this closed for the time being, please.
Right. Well, all right then. I guess that's something else.
So, the other role that might be important that you can all make is most likely intelligence streetwise.
Intelligence.
Shit, I have to get used to a new sheet. Intelligence streetwise. Oh, this is
Wow.
suck.
Oh,
Oh, great.
oh, oh,
Woo! Oh, hey, holy shit!
Good God.
oh. Yay.
How?
Extra successes.
Okay. And so that's just one success. So, Kit.
Oh, God.
I'm probably going to blame Clyde for this, of you having such an in-depth information of the sewers. Of like, you've probably like seen like your time at the temple, like maps of like the Dublin sewer network. There's like areas that are like circled off, or like it looks like patrol routes through the sewers for whatever purpose at the temple. So you do have a map of the sewers mentally in your mind,
Oh, lovely.
as well as brief ideas of like the waterways and like the intricate nature. You were also like given like a ton of like coding to decipher that you can like for the life of you not really understand, but like so long as like there's certain paths you can take and like you kind of have an idea of what you might be looking for if you're in the sewers. but you have a rough idea of how to navigate.
Right.
So
Well, kids, of course, explain all that. Explain that the temple's got some sort of like not our brain goes security or like surveillance rotation around certain areas, which does give has always given her that little like why is that there? And sort of explains like it's a lot of stuff that never got decrypted when I'm seeing it, all that. But it's still intriguing why there's a surveillance rotation around that certain area of the sewers.
yeah, so that does give you the idea of if you want more accurate information, you could go to the temple and make a deal or ask Clyde.
Mm-hmm.
As for like everyone else, like what business does anyone else amongst you have to do with the sewers? Is kind of like the thing that's going about at the moment is like sewers? Who goes in sewers? We're not Nosferatu. We don't go in sewers. Why would we go in sewers?
Yeah.
Well, we're going now.
Well,
I
could I
can't
ask you a
drive my
question?
car.
So I have hold on. I have criminal contacts.
Yep.
Of for 3 dots of it. Can I try to use them to get information on the sewers rather than trying to rely on my own intelligence?
I will allow that. So you're going to make a few calls.
Mhm.
You are specifically like you are calling people in waste management.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
And in this such is like, hey, we're looking for someone in the sewers, or like we're looking for like certain places of interest that might be in the sewers. Have you ever seen anything weird? To which they go, we don't see anything weird, but like we have like the usual places where we dump our bodies, and like after we dump our bodies there, they're not usually there the next time we chill check.
Oh,
It's almost like they disappear,
Yes.
or someone else goes and
Yes.
collects them. We don't have anyone on the payroll who collects dead bodies from sewers, though, sir.
probably nothing. Best to just stay out of those areas for too long.
But we need to go in that area. How else are we going to dump our bodies?
Well, you dump them and then you fucking go, don't you? You don't stick around.
Yeah, but we've got to go there to dump them. We can't just
Yeah,
like dump
whatever.
them in the
Headings
river.
up. Alright, so here's the general areas where
you
they-
literally
where they
get
are.
like a paragraph of text. Like, we can't just dump bodies in the river in open daylight. That stuff's gonna look sus. And the docks have been blocked. And the docks have been on lockdown
response.
for a leak.
Message response IDC.
Jesus.
Do whatever.
Okay.
But yeah, then I let the group know where these areas are so we can have some place to look.
So now
Uh.
you know where bodies are dumped in the sewers by certain criminals.
Great.
Who's good with a gun again besides me?
You.
Who's okay with a gun then?
Me,
I
Silas.
have
I got
Yeah.
oh yes, right. Silas does.
I have a dot in firearms and 3 in dexterity, so that's a 4.
Oh,
So the two
yeah.
best gunslingers are Silas and Penny.
Okay.
And Alex, but Alex requires a condition.
yeah, wait.
It's not here.
So
I mean, Alex is never there. He's always there in spirit.
I might as well ask Jacob for access to everything.
I've also got a pistol and a shotgun.
Jacob is going to ask what you're hunting.
He's fine. He's a thrall. I don't. He's a ghoul. I don't care. A Nosferatu and maybe something else down there, and I don't want to try. I don't want to test it. I don't want to test the waters.
You have been kind of trigger happy in the streets recently.
This is true.
But you are going underground.
This is also true.
Relents. Gives pistols.
Okay. Alright. I also have the stolen submachine gun.
Yeah, and
From the escape.
Silas pretty much has his equipment from when he went to fight Clyde, so he's okay.
yeah, and Mac has in her apartment have hidden armory, which is one pistol and one long firearm. I believe is the exact wording.
Alright, so Mac, you're going to your apartment.
Yeah, and I would like just whatever the pistol is, and could it be that the long firearm is some kind of pump shotgun or something?
You will have access to that, but there is something also in your apartment that would be of very interest for you.
I have a tranquilizer.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I guess Kit and I can go back to the apartment.
So, again, Kit, if you go into your apartment, you will find that your snake has been fed.
Yippee.
And there's
You're
a note
welcome.
from Mel saying that she has. The Mac's apartment also has Mel has been in there, and like she's like rearranged, like she's done some tidying, but also she's left the thing that is on your table untouched.
Thing that's on my. There's nothing.
There is a
supposed to be
box
my
on your table. There is a box on your table.
Okay.
It is not so much cardboard. It's quite large, and the taped ceilings on the side have been cut, so you could easily slide the box upward to reveal what's inside.
Sure. I mean, why not? I guess I'll wait. Before I do that, I'll do rapid. I'll do rapid reflexes.
You're going to most
Sabbat.
rapidly lift up this box.
Well, not that I'm going to lift it rapidly, but I'm going to lift it slowly. But if it's something bad, then maybe I slam it down, maybe I jump back, whatever.
You are in
Well,
bomb disposal mode.
Yeah, no, for real.
So, with lightning cat-like reflexes, you open the box, hide behind the box a bit, and see inside the box a birthday cake.
Fuck, that was recently? Oh, right.
Depending on how
Mac.
long you have been gone, that birthday cake is not good anymore.
Yeah, Mac gets a
The birthday
knife
cake.
and cuts it in.
Yep.
Oh.
So the birthday cake itself is like blood red in color, and as you cut into it, it has like you have like the smell of iron and blood as like you're cutting into it.
Oh,
Also, since I was there, I would know about this. Oh, shouldn't that note also be next to the cake?
Yes, there was a note on the box, but it was on the other side of the box, so Mac couldn't see it.
Oh.
Mac probably like flung it up into the air and it hit the ceiling and bounced back down as like the rapid reflex flipped the box up and sent the letter flying.
that is funny. I would like to just. What Max was doing was specifically just like, doing it like mentally super speeding, but physically was just lifting it very slowly and carefully. Because if you lift it super like fast and there's something under it, That'd be kind of bad.
But just be
Um,
very careful, like not wanting like the moment you hear like a click. But yeah,
Yeah, so
you wouldn't have
like
seen it
using the
until you took the
reflexes
box
to
off.
be super careful.
Yep, you wouldn't have taken the
So-
box off until you revealed the cake. So yes, that is a
Yeah,
birthday
I
cake.
mean-
The birthday cake from the letter is from Victor.
Ah, and it smells like blood and stuff.
Like blood and
What?
iron.
I think Mac's gonna like look around, maybe like go into a closet and take out like a spare old jacket, put it on backwards, and then I want to try to brutal feed the cake. Just eat it real fast.
So the cake itself doesn't slake any hunger,
Ah, damn.
but it does feel like you're drinking blood that tastes like icing.
Well, that's nice.
Diabetes blood. Oops.
Mac just like sends a text to Victor. I guess. Wait, does Mac even have Victor's number to
Yes.
text?
You obviously have your sire's number. I mean, you aren't
Yeah.
bloodbound. You aren't bloodbound to him, so you have to contact him via number.
I think actually no. Mac opens up their phone to send a text and then goes, never mind. Just turns it off,
No,
puts it away, and just like now checks to see if there's anything else, and also cleans off.
just the cake. There was only cake.
And the box itself is nothing else weird on it.
The box was a box.
Oh.
Wow.
Letter?
What were you expecting Victor like to put some kind of like trap in there to like a test of your reflexes?
There could be a lot of things in a random box. I don't know, maybe like it's like have you ever when you were a kid and you got like a birthday card and you kind of you like opened it up to see if there's any money inside that somehow fell out of the letter.
Are you disappointed that your birthday card did not have money inside?
No, not necessarily. It's just also in case that letter that
Are you
Melissa keeps
that
talking about is
angry
like
that
actually
Victor is
important.
being cheap on you?
Wow, not even a single dollar. But I mean, it's basically I look around the rest of my place to see if there's anything else, and if there's absolutely nothing of importance that I should look at, as character-wise or whatever, then I
Nope.
get the shotgun and the pistol.
Nope, just the birthday
Just
cake that would have been thematically appropriate a few weeks ago.
Cool.
And skipping over the letter?
I can't remember what I put
Yeah.
specifically in the letter, but it was just from Victor.
Fair enough.
Cool.
So you have your gun.
Yeah, so Matt gets the guns after cleaning up from the rapid cake eating. And then goes.
Okay. Everyone else is waiting for Mac to leave. When Mac returns to the coterie, he smells of cake.
Melissa's just gonna give a smile like, hey, welcome back.
Alright. Got
Yeah.
shotgun and a pistol, whoever wants it.
It'd be better. Melissa, you can have this. I'll hand Melissa the double barrel. I'd prefer to have the pump action myself.
Are you sure? I'm more skilled with melee weapons, and I do have a sword.
Well,
If
yeah,
needed, it doesn't matter. Just empty it down a hallway. You'll probably hit something, friend or foe. It goes either way.
All right, but she's just gonna put the double barrel in her satchel.
Okay. So-
You don't have any other ammunition for that, by the way. You have 2 shots, and that is it.
Also noted.
All right. On that note, does anyone else have any other contacts they can get in touch with or things they want to do before they get into the sewer?
I We might as well ask the Thin Bloods if they have any knowledge. I forget if I have the contact for the Thin Bloods or if someone else
I do.
does. You do?
I'll go ahead and contact, see what they're up to.
You simply get, we don't go in the sewers, not our problem. We're laying low. We'll text you back when we need stuff.
Alright,
Okay.
good enough.
And she's just gonna send back an okay, extended smiley face.
Okay.
Nothing. Nah, nothing. Let's go.
Okay. So you do have a number of entry points through the sewers that you can take thanks to Kit's information, as well as areas in the sewers you can go to thanks to Mac's information. I will ask a question of importance, though. Mel,
Yes, sir.
do you have that phone?
Honestly, considering the RotFiend is very untrusted right now, I think she ditched it in a random trash can.
Noted.
Or actually, I think she hid it somewhere she knows she can find it.
Okay, so it is not on your person.
I'm gonna say it's like in a random rock, like under a random rock, a bit away from one of her hideouts.
Okay. So, everyone enters the sewers?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Cool. So, first things first. Wits awareness checks.
Shit.
There's like brief, like in the sewers. What do you see? What do you hear? Kind of checks.
What's my luck and rolls today?
I don't know, right? Holy shit. Hey, Ty!
Wow, yay, one success, gang. Woohoo.
Ooh, 3 success
Wow.
game.
All right. So, like Mac's probably like still like post Munchies food coma mode. Penny is kind of like a bit too on edge, being that Penny is still on full hunger. But
Yep.
Kit, Mel, and Silas, you three are locked in. You are prepared to get in there, run down some stuff. Not use heightened senses. Do not heighten your sense of smell.
That reminds me,
Yes, sense the beast.
activating this.
I was also going to do this. Since
And-
we already asked for us.
So,
Yeah.
Yep. Kit can see Nosferatu when they are using invisibility. You can sense their presence if they try and mask it. So you are going throughout the sewers.
Actually,
One success with the sense of the beast.
Okay. I'll roll for anyone who might be stalking around at some point.
and Bloodhound. I smell everything.
Yep. So at the moment, you are in the sewers. Again, at the moment, the water flowing through so you've gone through the sewers. Like, there's dry bits for you to plant your feet, but like you might have a few random puddles to step through or step over. The water running through alongside you looks clean. So, from that,
Got it.
you begin walking, looking for sights, looking for things. You are like noticing like certain things that are occurring as you're going through. You are making sure not to fall into like any certain like traps. you notice like there's bits of like etchings or marks on certain bricks. So as you go and inspect them, like I'll say, like Silas, you approach one of the bricks, and the bricks are quite loose that you could easily pull it out. If that is something you wish to do.
Also, speaking of things we wish to do, I do have something,
Yes.
but it's a bit costly.
Yep. What would you like to do, Mel? Unseen passage. So you'll roll a rouse check for me.
Come on, baby. Woo!
So, for everyone else, Mel just disappeared. For Kit, Mel just looks transparent. Mel is also not making sounds anymore. So congratulations, Kit, you have a ghost with you who can only speak in charades.
Oh God.
She's just gonna give Kit a little shh motion and then a thumbs up.
Okay. So, for the brick being removed, an over-intelligent streetwise check may discern some information of importance. The brick is definitely of a different color, but a success of 2 on an intelligent streetwise check will this tell you what the numbers on the bricks mean, or the indentations specifically.
Question: Blood surge automatically adds a hunger, correct?
It forces you to do a rouse check, and then you cannot do it for the rest of the scene. So you cannot blood surge because you've done a rouse check.
Okay.
So you've just roused your blood to force the unseen passage. So for the scene, you can't blood surge again.
Got it.
You're kind of on cooldown. Everyone else can blood surge though, so no issues from that.
Hopefully someone else can do the intelligence streetwise, because I have a 0 in streetwise and a 1 in intelligence, and I don't think I'm getting more than 1 success from that at max.
Yeah, I've got 1 in streetwise and a 3 in intelligence.
Do it. Maybe I'll get lucky.
Might as well.
Hey!
Hey, 2 successes.
Hey!
So
Knowing the hobo code works.
Wow.
Okay.
So we're just doing this again then?
There.
all right, so hobo code checks were successful. So this is specifically because these bricks were replaced, hence why they were of a different color. Of the bricks themselves, certain letterings tend to like give you an idea of when to turn and where to turn while going through. Sort of a kind of like a mini map or like a cheat code of navigating the sewers. So I'll say you start making more work going along, noticing certain turns you're taking and noticing certain scratches or indentations or little like wet marks, like big clumps of water, like from somebody walking across. During this, yes, Silas?
Nothing.
Right. During this time, though, Silas, your phone is ringing.
Okay. I don't know if I can answer it since we're in the sewers. The reception would be
You are
pretty
in the
bad.
sewers. Your phone is ringing. It is of an unknown number.
Turn it off.
Just,
Just ignore it for now.
yeah.
Turn it off.
Silas switches the phone to silent mode.
Okay. It is still ringing. Even on silent.
It is just quiet.
Yep.
It'd be vibrating.
Yep, it is just
No, it wouldn't even be vibrating if it's on silent.
Question: how do we have service?
You don't
I
know.
just pointed that out.
You don't know. You don't know why, like, you've still got phone service. I mean, you're not too deep underground in the sewers. But, yep, it's Silas's phone. It's just every time you check it, it's missed call, unknown number.
I mean, we're not too far in. We wouldn't hurt for him to pick it up, eh?
Eventually, the call stops. Mac's phone starts ringing.
Oh, great. Whatever.
During this time,
We'll
kid.
pick it up. See what
Turn it off.
happens, I guess.
Mac, my child, how are you? I've heard you and Katrina have been in a bit of spot of bother. I have called simply to check up on you. How are you? Where are you? This voice is of Victor.
Yeah, doing good. Gift was nice.
Ah, yes, I'm sure glad you enjoyed your birthday present.
Yeah, how'd you do that, by the way?
Well, you see, and then suddenly the act drops. I don't have that kind of information on me, you know. It's hard enough to get his voice right already.
Tough. What do you want?
Got a little few tips that you're heading into the sewers and guessing you're looking for me. Unless you're hunting for that fucking thing that's been around here. I mean, if you want, I can guide you to it. You know, exchange of information.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd really love to help you, you know, get rid of that beast, but it'd cost you an arm and a leg.
So you know about that, right? Well, can't exactly see we can discuss things here, so I'll give you a bit of help out. Depending on where you are, or if you found one of the bricks. If you go down far enough, you should see a little grey panel. Has a little yellow triangle with a black little thunderbolt on it.
Wow.
Our box.
Yeah! The pretty one has it right. Yeah, it's a power box. That'll help you show a little bit of a path. All you gotta do is go in, flip the red wire through the blue wire, and flick the switch, and you should find me in no time.
You and the beast you're trying to get away from, eh?
You dying on me isn't gonna do me any favors, it just means they're gonna strand better people. I'd rather have you fools following me than some professionals, you know?
Okay.
So Silas looks around, finds the box that the voice was talking about.
Okay, so you find
Opens
the
it up.
power box. The power box has a number of wires. The red wires and blue wires are there.
Okay. Is there any more?
There are some other wires there. if you want to roll a check, it would be intelligence technology.
Right.
I don't think
Oh,
any of us have
oh
good
no.
either of those.
Not intelligence technology.
Silas
Fuck
does.
it, I'll
Silas
try
does
it.
have a 4 in this.
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Oh, he did. Never
whoa.
mind.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh,
well, do you think, Silas? Because
Ow.
I suck.
all right. So,
Well,
what you are going to
I'm gonna
see?
reroll.
Yeah, if you want to
I'm
go for
gonna
a reroll,
reroll that.
reroll,
before we
reroll.
roll. Yeah. And then just right click on the die
Yeah. Let's find
and
out.
check.
Yeah, right click the text. Roll for a reroll.
Oh.
That's 1. So you got 2 successes. I'll give you a willpower. Both bestial failures. So what the rest of
Both.
you both Melissa and Silas just received bestial failures.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
rerolled that.
Again, you needed more than 2, so you both got bestial failures.
Yeah,
Okay.
the bestial dice transfers over, I
Here's
believe.
what's going to happen. Both of you are going to make strength athletics checks. You are now
Oh,
in open competition to get to this box.
Ah.
Silas is you
Strength.
yep. So strength athletics. So as Silas is there and he opens the box and is examining it. The visage of Mel was looking over Silas, and then as they somehow got a glimpse of frustration, you are now fighting each other to do the thing. So Silas got
It'd be
4
like-
successes.
yeah, I can only tie that. So this is going to be a tie or a loss.
Yeah.
So Mel fails. So Silas, you use your hand, somehow get Mel in the face and push Mel into the sewer water.
Well, there goes my
I wouldn't do
stuff.
that.
There goes my unseen passage.
Now everyone else sees Silas locking these in place, putting the wires in correctly, and you flick the switch.
I wouldn't say he pushed her in the wire. He'd be like
This
a frustrated dad
Well, it's
walking on a car.
It's the bestial factor.
Yeah. the
Yeah,
bestial
the
failure.
Over.
This is the beast in you, full strength, punch. And then you went in and yes, that's us. We're the best. We're Silas. We're the best. You flick the switch. You cannot let go of the switch.
Uh
Lightning is
Okay.
coursing through your veins.
Oh boy.
oh. Uh-oh.
You are being electrocuted right now. Does
Oh, I'm
anyone
not
want to
surprised.
save Silas?
I might as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and grab the shirt collar and pull. This is not meant to be clean or safe. This is me ripping them off of the box.
Okay.
Okay.
So, strength athletics. And then I will tell you what damage you are getting from this. So, Penelope, you are taking 3 superficial damage.
Oh,
Silas,
I cannot get hit.
you
I
are
will start
taking
aggravated
1
now.
aggravated damage. Your hand, almost like you have 3rd-degree burns going from your hand all the way down to your elbow.
Okay.
Your jacket is also very burnt and crispy. Fortunately, as a vampire, you don't have that much water in your system.
Right.
If you want, I'll apply it. There you go. So, you just got electrocuted. Penny pulls you off, Silas. But your arm's burnt. Penny's got some burn marks on her arm, little shock scars. Mac, from your phone, you hear the cackling of RotFiend going, I can't believe you idiots fell for that. Oh, yeah. Keep searching for me, though. You're much better than any professionals they'd send. That's
Damn it, not
alright.
again. Why can't I have nice things?
You're the
Just
dumbass
for
who pulled the
once.
lever.
I
Take
didn't know he was gonna pull that on me.
take no hard
It's
feelings, pretty
RotFiend.
boy.
Whatever. You'll get what's coming to you.
You should have answered the phone as well. I could do a pretty good impression of your sire, you know.
It's
Maybe
a
once
leech.
or
Why would you
twice.
be fucking...
Anyway. Mackie. Keep me on the line. I'm having a hoot here. You hear some splashing and what looks to be the sound of a door. Right.
Oh.
And then a rush of water.
Shit.
Guys,
And
You
I
all
don't
ready
know
for
get
that
down to
back
that.
Nope. So you do notice the water on the left, on like the side that's going through, drops in pressure slightly, like it's rescinding, going down. But then
Ooh.
it rises up.
Oh.
You can make a wits awareness check, and this will discern
You can-
what's causing it and where it might be happening from.
It's an awareness. Okay.
Fingers crossed.
I'm gonna do it too.
Cool. Melissa, wowie.
What's awareness?
Yep, wits awareness.
All right. So,
Mel, being that you're in the water,
yeah.
you know exactly
And
where
also
this is
my-
coming from.
Yep. 'Cause I could feel it.
Someone dropped the water pressure, and as you sank into the water, you noticed that beneath you in the water are little like grates that are sucking in or blocking water. You, with this, have some assumption that, and again, these grates are human-sized. They're actually bigger than human-sized. They are something that something quite large can easily get through. So, discerning from this drop in pressure, someone may have just opened one of these grates to go down. Or go through something.
Yep.
So you are now of the idea that the door RotFiend has just gone through is actually below where everyone else is standing. It is at water level. But the water has to be drained
Yep.
before it goes through.
Okay. Just gonna burst back out of the water because my invisibility is ruined and just climb up on the thing. It's like, okay, I got an idea.
Huh?
I think RotFiend's at water level. I think they're below us.
Close, huh?
And how do we get there?
Well, let's see. I am going to do a.
He's just staring at y'all when they said that, like,
What is it?
yeah, I looked
You know
at approach the schematics and can give you guys where to go. It's
No.
just at that point, just start going to where she knows it could be.
Yeah,
seeing if I-
this
mention.
is actually new information for you, Kate, as well.
Oh, is it?
This is something that isn't mentioned anywhere in the temple.
You're saying it's under us, right, Melissa?
Yep.
Like in the water?
It is at water level. Silas, with his role, can easily now point it out and now also knows where he went wrong on the flip switch. So yes, the flip switches do control water. But
Okay.
You don't need to flick the switch yourself. It will happen automatically once you close the box.
I was gonna say,
It is the flicking the switch that
so
locks you in.
water control usually happens at a pump system. So I'm
Yep.
guessing probably this control box over here controls the pump system for the water level.
Or temporarily shorts out the pumps. By like causing a short circuit before it can correct itself. So for this time, we will change scene
All right, thank you so much.
with that. Back to the sewers.
Oh boy.
Alright, so
So, thanks to the previous checks, you know that one of you is probably going to have to swim to find the door you're looking for.
yeah. Okay. I'm already wet, so let's just get this over with. I can't believe I'm saying that for once and it's not a pun.
That's on Mel skinny dipping in the sewers, right? Can you get a few pictures?
I have clothes on.
Come on.
Fuck off, you fucking piece of shit. Just
I
fucking...
didn't mean it like that, but the humility of someone like Mel swimming in the sewers.
I'm gonna fucking hang up the phone, I swear to God.
Don't be so over
The parent wanted
dramatic.
us to get back. The parent wanted us to get back an arm, right?
Yep.
I'm quite
I'm sure he
accustomed.
wouldn't mind a leg or two as well.
I'll have you know, getting the meat off of me is gonna take a lot. I'm pretty
I have the
burly.
time.
Go.
Yeah, the flesh cuts either way.
Go flip some more strong boxes.
Right.
I just have to simply wait you out. I've got another few hours at least. I don't know, maybe I'll get bored. You hear the sound of like scratching. Maybe this little gift I've got isn't as durable, but it helps get into the hard to reach places.
Oh.
I don't exactly want to part with it. Not yet, anyway. It's quite a handy bargaining chip. Handy.
Alright.
Okay.
Mac's gonna mute the phone and go, so it's in a wall, right? Like down there or thereabouts? Presumably that means that there's like tunnels in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in theory they'd
Yeah.
all be somewhat connected.
And tunnels, antechambers, stuff like that. I mean, we're in fucking Dublin, so this is probably
Yeah,
Uh,
right below us.
And the Dublin sewers did serve as bombing shelters.
This is true.
yeah. I was gonna say, and then also going back even further than that, there's the medieval period.
Oh,
The catacombs are lower than the sewers.
Yep.
They aren't really connected.
But yeah,
okay, so they're not like more directly connected.
Not really.
they could be connected if someone spent time and effort. So there's the potential.
Right, so we're trying to find a specific door because everything else is just stone.
Yes.
Damn. I really found it just like
It sounded
climbing
like
a hole through the ground.
yeah. So through like again, that is one way of draining the water. If you want to try and do that.
Could you repeat that instantly? You cut out for me.
If you wanted to try, you could try and like break something to drain more water, and do it that
Ah.
way.
I mean, oh yeah, because there are the big fucking grates in the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just hand the phone over to Kit, and then Mel's just gonna.
Okay.
Max is gonna crack her knuckles and just drop right in.
Okay.
Clothes and all just sink to the bottom.
All right. So you start driving down. Is anyone going to help Mac?
So
I'm already in the water,
I'm-
so I might as
I'm-
well.
I think Max just gonna like. I mean, we're vampires. Max is gonna breathe in the water, so she just sinks.
Oh, no, you don't even have to breathe in the water. You just swim.
Yeah,
and
you
it's
just think.
and it's not exactly like you're going too deep,
Okay.
but like it is going to take some effort to get this grate open. So it would be an athletics strength check. If you want,
Okay,
if someone is assisting you, I'll let them add 2 dice. I'll let you add 2 dice to the check.
I'll dive down and assist.
Yeah.
I'm also one of the strong ones.
I'm also pretty strong, and I'm already in the water.
That's
It's-
true.
I'm holding the phone.
So, yes, you are holding the phone now. So
Right.
I'm going to do lethal body and prowess. Well, I mean, lethal body's kind of doesn't matter here, but I guess just the prowess. Just sort of an instinct. And then Penny's helping me. Is that right?
Melissa.
Penny and Mel.
Melissa.
I'll let you add 2 dice to
Okay.
the check.
Yep.
Okay, so that is athletics,
Strength athletics.
and strength, and then prowess. And then I also add my potency. Half my no, all of it, because it's add potency rating, 2 feats of strength.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
full potence, athletics, strength, confirm.
So how many dice you rolling?
5
That's the
lot.
dice. Do you want to willpower reroll?
Sure, why not? Got the willpower, might
Those
as well.
2 dice.
Ah, dang.
Ah, damn.
So,
Well, at least it couldn't get any worse, so.
so as this is happening, you are successfully ripping out this grate, but you are not doing it quietly.
Hmm.
So you don't have like the controlled strength to break it open and let the water flow. You are breaking it open, flinging that grate into the air. Uncontrollable strength-wise.
Swear to God, if there's a gator down here.
But now water is rushing down, and you're just hearing the phone. It was like, "What the fuck was that? You guys still alive down there?" If the beast gets you, get photographs. We don't have any evidence of what the fuck it is yet. All we
That's not a
hear
good
is
sign.
skittering and ticking, and we don't want any business in that.
Oh, it might be. Oh, it's something skittering. Oh.
Mm.
The fuck does that even mean? What skit is?
Big rats, big spiders.
Big
They also-
rats, probably.
Probably.
Which means it's a living thing, which means that I can kill it easy.
I admire the optimism.
Sorry, better way of putting it. I can kill it while also feeding off of it.
Yep.
Just a minute. I think I have a. I think I can.
Actually, if it's water based, smell
that?
travels better in water. With Bloodhound, what do I smell?
You smell
Solve.
rotten flesh.
That's RotFiend, probably.
But you also smell oil
Well,
and gasoline.
Oh.
The smell of rotting flesh is stronger, but the smell of the petrol gasoline has like crossed through these sections of the tunnels a few times. But isn't as strong.
Huh.
I'd say with this, if you follow your nose, you will get to where RotFiend is, and you drain the water. So
Yeah, let's just
there's no
let me
fucking
do
around
what
with
I'm
the pump.
designed to.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Let's go.
So as all of this is happening, Kit, your phone's gonna ring.
I'm gonna say when Silas and Max was, Kit immediately turned her phone off.
Max still online with RotFiend, although you have muted it.
I'm gonna say Kit turned her phone off.
I handed the phone to Kit.
So Kit's phone's off.
Yeah, as soon as Max's phone started ringing.
Mac, you're getting another phone call.
I didn't know that you turned it off. All right.
Have you turned off Mac's number? Have you turned off Mac's phone?
No, Kit's just holding it.
So Mac,
Like,
you're not
only,
you don't only have the call from this unknown number. You are getting another call now.
Oh. Just unmute.
To Mac.
So you can hang up on RotFiend and answer this other call if you want. This call is from Victor's number.
Oh, I mean, sure, why not? Go for it.
Kit does so.
Mac, I got through to you. Please tell Kit to stop turning her phone off when I have important business to send her. Anyway, I'll be texting you 2 numbers. If anything happens to you in your search for RotFiend, because I haven't been able to provide you with these specific bells, please call this number, and you will receive aid immediately.
Alright.
Now I must leave. I have urgent business to attend to. That is all.
So yeah.
Followed by a buzz of a text of a number.
And in time, Kit's also turning her phone back on. Handing Mac's phone to Mac.
Mac receives the text of the number.
Right.
I've never seen this number before. It is a completely fresh number.
Seems like maybe not the best idea to do. All things considered. So, anyways, where are we going now?
We are following what I smell.
So
I smell a rotting man.
So you are. Penelope is following her nose, going through. You eventually find the metal hatch, great metal door. That's got an interesting lock on it. It's not so much like a dial lock. It's more of a... You move the dial lock along the door in some way. And then try and unlock it.
How big is the door, and what's the door made of?
The door is bigger than any of you. It is quite large. It looks like it's like one of those huge safe doors. However, it's got 2 dial locks on it, and the dial locks move circularly around the door.
Damn puzzles.
So it's a 2-number combination.
It is...
No, it's a 2 rotary lock, but you have to move them to certain areas, I suppose.
Like a combination lock for a locker, basically.
Yep.
But there's 2 dials.
There's 2 dials, and the
And
dials
they
have to be in
move
certain
individually.
locations. Yep.
Are there any
I would
markings on the dial?
Go ahead.
Are there any markings on the dials?
Yes, they match the bricks in a sense.
So maybe if we line them up.
This will take a intelligence technology check or a wits technology check. Or you know,
that's all you said.
you can go fucking and try and break the door open or blow it up.
I mean, what's it made of?
Metal.
Of course.
While this is all happening, Silas gets a text on his phone and he looks down at it, and it is from one of his touchstones. Her name is
Okay.
Angelica Terranova.
Alright.
She's freaking out.
All right. Discuss
'Cause
that.
she-
Wait.
Discuss that at a later time.
Wait,
Oh,
I have that UV flashlight from Jacobs.
True.
never mind then.
It's just a black light. We could just look at the dials.
Yeah. If you have any like touchstone stuff you want to cover later, Cowboy, we'll like we can cover it later. For now, we want to focus
was-
on.
Okay, I was just going to say it's nothing major or anything like that. It's just a little interject.
Like, if you have an idea for a narrative hook you want to send Silas specifically, we can cover
It's
it.
not a narrative. It's nothing narrative. It's just filler.
Got it.
His housekeeper. That's all that is.
Housekeepers realized
Apartment,
no
yeah.
house to keep.
Yeah, the house exploded and was wondering if he was okay.
Noted. We'll cover that later.
Okay.
Cool. So, UV flashlight.
Hey,
What do you wanna
this
do
is
with it?
not good for any of us. Don't be in front of this. Let's just look at the dials to see if there's oils or anything that could be picked up by it, because it's essentially just a black light.
So, there's definitely body oil. So you can see it's all over the dial. You can definitely see like smudges from big hands around where it might be sliding. At the moment, it does help you discern that these two door locks are in their correct position.
Let's open it up.
Maybe it's just unlocked. We could try just opening the door.
The door is locked.
Let's try it.
The door is locked. Okay.
Lock coordination, so where the locks have to be on the door, is correct. Meaning you haven't moved it, meaning you haven't fucked it up. But the actual dial stuff is correct. So you've got confirmation
okay.
that RotFiend has gone through this door because it hasn't left through this door.
Sorry. So
It
is
is
it, is it that the door, like, he did the thing to unlock it, and then when it closed, it relocked it, but it's just in the same spot?
Yes.
Okay.
Meaning
then we'd have
it's
to do the
kind of
whole
like, hey,
sequence.
he has to leave and then rearrange where they are.
Okay.
Okay, so I have near max dexterity. If someone has larceny and can help me figure out how to break the code, I can manipulate both dials at the same time.
Yeah,
I have 2 in larceny, but an intelligence of 1, so I'm not sure about that one for me.
I was just gonna say, if it's in the correct place, can we just move it slightly and then move it back and it should click open?
No, I'm thinking it's because the dials themselves, the combination on each of the dials has to be put in first.
Yep. So
So I mean, it works like a
wits larceny or dexterity larceny.
Bucket. Am I allowed to blood search since my thing went off?
Nope, because we're still in. Actually, no. I'd say enough time's passed for you to rouse check again. I'd say like another
Okay.
hour or two's
Yeah.
passed.
which we changed scenes, sort of.
Yeah, 3 successes.
So, you start slowly working through it, but you keep making mistakes as you're going along. So you keep
Bucket,
resetting them up.
Give me a try real quick. Not as many. Well, actually, no, the exact same amount of dice.
But have you?
Come on, Mama needs a new pair of shoes.
Oh dear.
Never mind.
So, you just, as you're doing this, I'm going to ask Penny to make a rouse check for me.
Shit.
Oh.
So, you, as like you're doing this, Penny's like working, you get super frustrated and you begin punching the door repeatedly, and it is echoing down the sewers now. And you just suddenly turn to all of them and just try to keep it contained, but you just like, can we just get this door fucking open now? Because I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking kill this Nosferatu.
Alright.
I mean, we need to get a confession out of him first, but afterwards, sure, we could kill him.
Problem is, of course, how do we open this big fucking metal fucking door? I had a hard enough time with a fucking simple goddamn grate, much less a
I
door.
love how you've all switched from protect the Nosferatu to Nosferatu violence.
This fucking Nosferatu is a pain in our ass.
Yes. I mean,
Listen, who cares about what he is, beyond the
Yeah.
fact that he's an asshole?
You know, it's not that
Hear
he's
me
a
out.
vampire, though that does have slight impact on how I treat them. It's that he's just an asshole.
He's helped you out before. He helped you find Benny.
yes.
And
Yeah,
also he
that doesn't matter.
He also apparently solved out the fucking location of the goddamn cargo, thereby
Yeah.
leading to my cousin getting his throat slit. So, like,
Also, hear me out. I still have a use for RotFiend once we're done getting all the information and shit out of him.
I just want to drag him to the park and let the others have a good
Okay.
hunt for once.
Listen. We could get some good information by selling him to Clyde. Wow, I can immediately feel my popularity just tanked.
Literally, just everyone, like, literally Meldus has a row of, like, Penny will remember that. Kit will remember that. Matt will remember that. Silas will
Simon's not even
remember.
there. Simon's gonna remember that shit.
Silas will remember this
I
when
honestly
they are told
agrees
about
with-
it. Yes.
goodness gracious. Yeah, I think Mac's just like, we're gonna give him to the Baron. But how the fuck do I open this door?
Yep, let's figure that out.
So you can either try and force it open now or continue with trying to crack it. I will tell you, the larceny check needs 4 successes.
We were so close!
I could have willpowered rerolled and potentially
We
got
were
it.
so close! I already went once, Mel
Force
already
it-
went once. Who
however-
else wants to try?
Forcing it open will only take 3 successes.
Okay, but that
Which is-
changes things.
Yeah.
That does change things.
What
What
is
do we need to
noisy
roll
as
to
hell?
force it?
Strength athletics.
At this point,
Or
I'm
strength larceny.
fine with it.
Or strength larceny.
Strength larceny? Interesting. Strength larceny, actually, I could do decently.
Okay.
Or strength athletics, either or.
We can just help each other with the strength athletics, right?
Just multiple people against the door.
I was about to ask, did we follow them down there, or are we still stuck
You're
in the
still-
tunnel?
Still stuck at the door.
Yeah, we're at the door still.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're down in the. I assume that like the water was in sort of like a channel, so we're in that channel where the water was and the door is, but we gotta open the damn door.
Yep. So
No,
Okay,
we could.
because
we
I
could-
got a little confused because 3 of you went down, but the rest was asking if the rest of us stayed behind or
No.
followed you.
like you,
I mean, the water's gone, so
Silas and Kit are probably just still in like the higher levels, looking down on everyone, kind of like judging them.
Get down here.
Yes. The one who got electrocuted is judging the others for getting mad.
Kid's just sitting on the edge, hands up. I'm too weak to help y'all. My
A set of hands is a set of hands.
I was just trying to heal his
Athletic strength.
burns.
Yep.
But he jumped down.
So Again, if you want to heal that aggravated damage, it does take 3 rouse checks.
3 rouse checks.
Look, the door's open.
No, I'm not going to chance.
Yeah,
I'm
It's
not
loud.
gonna
The door's
so.
open.
yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
chance that just yet. I'd probably just
The reason why I'm not helping
Yeah.
is 1 strength, 0 in athletics, 0 in larceny. I
I
can't do shit.
I have something in larceny.
Well, the door's
So-
open,
Door's
so it's all
open.
good.
yeah, we're all
What?
good now. It's open.
We've
You-
torn it off.
You hear like the loudest screeching noise echoing through your ears. But the door is open,
Well-
so you can go through.
Maybe we should maybe we should raise the water level again. Just walk through the water.
Unfortunately, the water level isn't going to be raised because the grate is broken.
Yeah.
I have an idea. It's reckless. I might injure everybody, but
And don't.
it's an idea.
Let's
Well, I mean, the door's open. Let's just go in, right?
Let's
just go. Yeah, go and close the door behind us.
I mean, alternatively,
flowers.
Annie could try and consecrate the sewer water.
I could try. What do I roll?
Jesus Christ! I was gonna say we're in a sewer. That has to have a lot
It
of
It has
built up
all
gases and shit in it, right?
Oh,
has-
dear.
an amount of water.
Yeah.
Any
But-
amount of water can be blessed.
Yes.
I'm not sure about blowing up the sewers. That's maybe
Fortunately, there are
That's
no
being followed by
gas
fire.
lines in the sewers.
praise be.
No leftover feces that would have created some sort of methylene or
No.
something.
It probably hurt me to do
Oh,
it, but
no,
it's fine.
No methane gas. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, Silas still has his Zippo lighter. We could throw it down the
Yeah, I don't know how
go
it is.
down the grate and burn
Yeah.
everything else out.
Yeah,
I
I don't
think
know
it's
how
Like,
like
super holy.
yeah, I don't know how like US sewers are, or like sewers in America. Because I'm guessing like you connect a lot of like your waterways and like your electrical, and like
Yeah,
your gas
a
lines.
lot.
In the UK,
They run
and- yeah, UK.
they run
yeah, you
gas and electric sometimes along inside of the plumbing, but it's like separated out. It's like it's like a layered system.
there is a gas line. Basically, there's a gas and electric line, and then there's the water line. Usually, it's separated in like disposable water lines, and like the tap water lines are different. Like some places in like Europe and the UK share them, and like it's kind of like a wash down system. It's like technically like the sewer
Yeah.
systems are a bit different because like you have the water that goes down
I know
the
what
gutter and like the drain lines.
Yeah, I
and
know what
stuff.
a washdown system is.
Very different in the UK and Ireland than it is to America. It's a separate drain.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, so you've got it open, so you can go in.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's just
Are we
go.
still
for
doing-
now. Yeah,
Are you still going to bless the water? Because if you are, give me a heads up.
Probably that was probably not. It probably hurt me to use faith.
Okay. So as you're going down, Mac's phone rings again.
Oh, great. Tink. Yeah.
Can you keep it down there? You're being kind of noisy. What the hell's going on?
Well,
The door's a little
sometimes-
broken.
Shit. Hangs up.
Why'd you tell him?
Can I call the number back?
Yes, you just start dialing the number.
Psychological warfare.
Do we have to talk to this guy? I'm getting tired of listening to his voice.
The number you have called is out of service. Please try again at a
Yeah,
later
okay.
time.
Whatever.
That's
fine,
fine.
right?
We'll find them anyways. Anyway, back to smelling the air.
Oh no, you've got RotFiend scent.
Oh,
can-
okay.
It's going to take a while because it is kind of like a maze, but it's like a maze of like a number of like electrical wires and like cameras all around. You're going for a surveillance system.
There are cameras down in the sewers.
Because Nosferatu.
Um,
And so who's leading the charge? Who's leading the front?
me, or I guess Penny, and then me after.
I guess
Silas and Kit got the rear.
Yep.
I guess I'm in the middle of the pack.
So everyone's gone down, left the door, slid open, and going straight down.
I mean, can we move the door back into place?
Yeah, can we move the door just back to where it was? Maybe not locked, but
Okay.
closed.
Okay.
That'd
Making a
be a
note
nice
of that.
life.
So as you start going in the sewers, you are working your way through. As you get slowly and more down through the sewers, you hear the rustling of equipment. And then you turn the corner, and RotFiend is there. He is very accurate to the picture you were provided.
Oh,
Well, ain't you just an ugly son of a bitch?
Fine.
rude.
You're
I mean,
fucking-
but I don't. But Mac doesn't say it.
Only a face mother could live.
Now you're saying that's true. Anyway, whip out the shotgun. You're coming fast.
The fuck I am, no, you'll get all back. He is holding out what looks to be a spray bottle.
Please don't do something really fucking stupid.
I ain't going with you. I'm free. I'm free to do whatever the fuck I want, make business with whoever the fuck I want. I ain't going with you.
With
Just-
Bloodhound, does that smell of gasoline?
What, the smell of oil?
No. No? Oh,
No, you have not gotten that from going in here. There was only outside in the sewers. Listen, you're gonna let me back away. I want to leave through another exit. We're gonna be cool. Hell, you play so nicely, I might even tell you where I stashed the arm.
I got a question.
Shoot.
If I can ask it. Nobody else has got anything. The cargo job, the first one that I did, right? You were involved in that?
Nope, can't say I know about it. I do a lot of jobs. A lot of people require my services.
Right. And there'd be no reason for you to get a job from a particular blood axe in relation to
I'm not
a
trying.
shipment
I'm
of
not-
things
I'm
coming
not.
in, one of them being a marble arm.
I'm not selling out my clients. They're still alive. They may still do some things. I'm not a fucking idiot. Now back the fuck off, or I spray you down with this.
The holy water, I'm guessing.
Nope.
No?
High grade acid.
Why are we afraid of this guy? He's just got a fucking spray bottle. There's nothing you can do with it.
Mine's bigger. I'm pulling out the pump action.
So he has 2 shotguns aimed at him now.
And an MP5.
You think I'm scared of a few measly fucking bullets? He goes and like slaps at his flab.
No, but if I hit the bottle, you will be.
Oh, these aren't just any bullets, my friend. These aren't your common run-of-the-mill bullets. These are, let's say, special bullets.
You can't quite tell because his face can't emote. He simply goes, okay, I'm going to put my bottle down on the left. If you do the same with my guns, we can take it civil.
Fine.
I'll slowly lower it. I'm not letting go of it. I'm not putting it down. I'll just lower it.
I'm gonna say during this time while he's distracted with them, since Kit picked up the tranquilizer gun, can Kit just shoot the tranquilizer at him?
I don't think it's gonna work very well.
You want to
Either.
try
We
it
don't
anyway?
really have. We don't really have blood.
Now,
That's a very small drop in a very large pool of drugs.
The-
no.
I'm
Mel
gonna
is
say,
just-
does anyone have anything like how I can pronounce it, presence or dominate, or some way to manipulate, coerce, or anything him?
I'm going to try and talk him down.
No, because I was gonna sit there and because I have sophisticated torch and with the tranquilizer because it's a narcotic, I was gonna have mix
Okay.
Kit's blood in and
Give
Well,
me a
then-
second.
Alright.
I'm trying to see if I have any supernatural abilities that can help me talk to him.
that's why I was wondering if anyone had that.
I have presence. Let's see.
Alright.
Let's see. Would awe work against another kindred?
Not quite.
Then this is just going to be a straight charisma persuasion roll.
Okay.
Luckily, we know how good that is for me.
Maybe.
Okay, group vote. Should I willpower reroll the two that did not roll?
How much willpower you got?
Max.
Sure.
Alright.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Also, instead of the shotgun, I am going to put down the shotgun. I'm taking out the black light because that's a scarier tool in the wrong hands.
7 successes.
All right. So, listen, I don't want any trouble. I am just trying to save my own ass here. Don't want to get
Well,
sold.
we're gonna-
Don't want to get sold to Clyde. So here's what I'll do. I'll do you a solid. I'll erase any dirt I've got on you, free of charge.
We want the arm and the rat.
Plenty of rats down here, sweetheart.
The rat that's working with you about the shipment.
I don't want to sell out a friend.
Then we're gonna have a problem.
I don't
I
have
don't
Oh.
have trouble,
much of a choice.
No,
but
you are going to have a problem here. Do me a solid, sweet cheeks. TV. Flick it on.
Very quickly, I'm gonna turn the UV flashlight on and off.
God, you bitch.
look, we're gonna have to keep hunting you unless you give us the rat. So, how about we work this all out in everyone's favor?
Again, tune might change if the TV gets flicked.
What fucking TV?
It's the big black box to your right. You press this button on the lower left, and it turns it on.
And what does it do? You got anything special in there?
I
Fucking.
don't know, but you should trust this guy. You saw how well it went for me last time I tried
Special
something like
for
this.
special for some more than others. You know, there's a little button. It's got a little sideways triangle with like 2 vertical lines next to it. It's called a play button.
Yeah, and what have you got on there? The fucking painting, maybe?
Oh my god, what are you from? The 70s, the 60s?
Do it
Jesus
yourself.
fucking-
Just do it yourself.
Okay. I am hands up. He moves towards to pick up a TV remote. It's gonna take a while. I have fat thumbs.
It's me like facing herself, so she's not even pointing anywhere near
Yep.
the TV.
He starts
Yeah,
like
can I, like-
trying to turn the TV on. He's being very careful. The TV plays. And you see what looks to be some rooftop video footage from like a hand camcorder. And it goes like this. It's what? So what's this job you got from this guy? What? Oh no, we're just like supposed to like follow these guys with like, the camcorder, see what dirt we can get on them. Oh, for real? That's some easy fucking money, mate. Yeah. It's been a lot easier getting this kind of work ever since, you know, I got turned. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Hey, look, dude, look at that. The camera turns and sees someone jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Shit, is that kind of shit he was looking for? Dude. This must be like one of those like higher kind of vampires. Dude, think we can lure him out? Yeah, dude, I have this idea. You chase me. Hands him a knife. See if we can coax something out of him. Get him to use some more of his like hoodoo vampire shit. Get him on the camera where we can sell for big bucks. Yeah, sure thing. Like, let's try it. Guy with the camera starts running. Help! Some fuck's chasing me with a knife. Running. Just turns around, hears a scream.
Oh god, was this Silas ripping a dude apart?
And the camera turns to see Silas ripping this guy apart.
Oh god.
And
What the
he
fuck?
turns around and fucking books it. Well, there you have it. Let me go. Take that with you. Goes away. I'll remove whatever evidence of I've got. No Masquerade reach exists. So, what do we say?
Where's the arm first and foremost? That's one of the main things.
What is it with you people and fucking arms? Are we that dire need for a hand job?
Look, we're here for a job. We're just here, but not that sort of job.
Yeah, the Baron's the only one who's into that kind of stuff. You know, the kind of
the
hard-ons he
Baron's-
gets.
The Baron's worse than you think.
I mean,
Well, not my problem. Don't care. I just have jobs. So,
Yeah.
let me go. Turn it off. We're free. What do you say?
I don't know, Silas. What do you think of this?
I don't know. I mean, I was just doing my daily hunting. I don't see how I guess it puts him in any kind of sort of leverage.
Well,
Oh,
if
you
he's got
sweet summer child. You've been living too much time in the unknown territory. Didn't your old pa ever teach you what a masquerade breach does to people?
I know what it does. Something Inquisition, something Hunters.
Something blood hunt. I mean,
Also that.
if one wants to get on and say your friends here needed a top up, I'm sure you're willing to contribute. But anyway, then there's a pause, and you start to hear something else. Click, 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 click.
The arm. Where is it?
The fuck is that? As behind you, this little, like, tiny fucking thing is walking towards you. Click,
That.
click.
While this is all happening, Silas has
Very
reached
quickly,
for the VCR, which
Yep, what Silas want to do?
That's.
I
She's gonna-
believe the little guy's for you. Let's just move to the side so that the little guy gets to RotFiend.
One at a time now, people.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, what does Silas want to do?
Silas is he's going to go for the VCR and take the tape out.
Movement detected. Engaging
He's gotta be fucking.
engaging, screeching.
I am good. You know what? Pain usually gets people to move. I'm turning on the black light on RotFiend.
As the thing just completely changes and warps its form.
Hey, so
Just a friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
Super friendly.
I'd get out of the black light if I were you. I'd move.
I have moved.
Like, listen. Okay, I'm getting out of here. Johnny One One's done gave me the jobs. The arm's over there. I'm out. And he turns and bolts.
Does it see him?
It sees all of you. It has multiple eyes, multiple limbs.
I would like to make a quick question here. As RotFiend's turning away, does that give him do I have an opportunity to attack him?
Yes.
Or is this thing like in the way?
No, this thing is not in the way. This thing is behind all of you.
Okay.
what I have to
Silas is
send-
going to go immediately for RotFiend unless someone wants to try and stop me.
So we
and
just follow RotFiend for now and get the fuck out of here.
So somebody goes for RotFiend, I go for this thing. We'll see how good of a
I don't
fucking thing it's actually is.
Trust that.
Would Cloak of Shadows work? Do I have an idea if Cloak of Shadows would work here or not?
For you to get out, sure. Try it.
Hey,
For everyone else.
But
So-
not the one I want to play.
Alright, so
Let's
Matt?
see if I can put this on.
Mac is going to fight it. Silas is going for a back turn to RotFiend.
Who has a blacklight on him,
Who
by
has
the
a-
way.
Who has a black
You are
light.
going into a blacklight.
I'd probably turn that off, Penny. What's
Yeah,
Penny doing? Is Penny like standing to the side? And also, what's Kit doing?
Silence and death.
So,
I'm just gonna sit there and try to make myself as unknown to get the fuck off to the side and just let someone else
So-
attack.
first things first. Silas, what do you want to do to RotFiend?
Well, there are a couple questions I have in terms of Vampire the Masquerade, the system itself.
Yep.
First of all, my question is, are there any special ammo types allowed within the system?
Yep, there are incendiary rounds, there are hollow points and that kind of stuff. There's like armor piercing. At the moment,
I'm not thinking armor piercing. I'm thinking
you're thinking phosphorus
special-
rounds.
I'm thinking special UV coated or blessed rounds from a priest. Because we have
You wouldn't be able
Father-
to use.
Yep. Alright.
Father is not an actual father, by the way. He is not
Oh.
a priest.
He does have access to phosphorus rounds, which is what Penny most likely has in her pistols.
Yes. Yes.
They are
Okay.
also incredibly hard to get a hold of and usually take a boon or favor.
Yes. Speaking of, I would like to use the one boon that Silas has in reserve for special phosphorus rounds
Okay.
for
So-
this fight
So for the sake of this,
before we get started.
so for the sake of this, that was the narrative thing you have. So you have phosphorus rounds in your gun. I will take a note saying you have incendiary rounds in your pistol at the moment, and your pistol is specifically modified to.
Okay. Because I wanted to see that was okay and make
Yep.
sure since you're the DM
Yep, no worries.
and all
Again,
that.
stuff like that doesn't break the flow. It's just something that I can like change the narrative and like chronologically go back in time, change it, go forward, because you didn't. It's fine. That kind of stuff works. Usually stuff like
Okay.
this, if as long as it doesn't break the flow and can be expressed and like reasons with like this is what you did to set things up, I'll allow it. But this is the kind of things.
Alright.
This is the kind of I did this backstory related stuff that I do kind of allow.
All right.
Because we can't always
Okay.
like tell you to like prepare everything you want. You can always go back and say like this merit justifies that I prepared this thing.
Yeah, it's like also the fact that having like phosphorus rounds is something that you don't have all the time. Like this is the only time I'm probably ever going to have them,
Yep.
unless we hunt another vampire.
Yep. Unless Penny refreshes
Correct.
the food and like does something to merit getting them again. It's something you do have to constantly like try and top off. So like for this, Penny used Baron's favor.
Yeah.
For this, Silas, you can just use your resources.
Yeah. I also have a boon.
Yep.
I forget with
No,
who though.
you used the Baron's favor a while back to clean up that body.
Ah, that's right. I completely forgot about that.
Yep. So that's fine, but again, you have enough resources from like your Haven background and your Sire that would allow you to get something like this. You know, in case you ever need to like stop other kindred or deal with another kindred who might slander you, that kind of stuff. It's usually the stuff like your Sire would give you like, Silas, my boy, if you ever get into a pistol duel with another kindred, pack a phosphorus round so you don't have to double tap.
Yep.
Kind of deal.
Okay. So for realistic purposes, let's say a standard magazine holds like 16 rounds.
For which gun?
So-
For MP5?
No, he's not using an MP5
Let's
for
just
this.
say
It would be
you-
in a
You
pistol.
have a gun with a magazine of phosphorus ammo. So
Yeah,
I don't have to hurt my
correct.
gun. So I don't have to hurt my brain.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Feel free to
Yeah.
take a shot at the
One-
fat man.
one magazine, and he's going to use only 3 of the bullets and hold the rest in reserve.
Okay. Do that, RotFiend. His back is turned to you. He is a large target.
What do I do?
It would be dexterity
Uh,
firearms.
Okay. Dexterity firearms. I am going to blood surge this as well. Wait, no. Changed my mind. I'm not going to, since he's so big.
Mhm.
Oh, that's some lag. I am going to re-roll that.
That is one success.
Come on.
I'd just refresh the browser page. Forge needs it from time to time. Oh, one success.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to reload.
Yeah, feel free to
Stand
reload.
by.
Yep.
Because that didn't even roll for me.
Don't worry. That's
You
fine.
got one success.
You got one success so far, so you can all probably roll, try and get 2 successes. Mac, you decided that today was the bright idea to face check a Baraka.
Sure.
How are you going to go about this? You want to try and like stop it in
Um,
its tracks? Or
Sure. I mean, I've got prowess. I've got lethal body.
right? So like strength athletics?
Would I be having to re-up prowess from earlier?
Yes.
Okay, then I will do that check. Oh. And strength, athletics, and would this be considered?
If you're trying to grapple, then yes, it would be considered.
Excellent, excellent. Oh wait, no, that's the right. No, strength athletics or strength brawl.
Strength brawl.
Okay, okay. Yeah. So brawl, strength, adding potence.
Against.
Ah, interesting. Grappling.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
So
Yes.
I have one more die in it.
mm-hmm.
When I roll at least.
So it charges at you, and you are grappled onto it right now. As it is
Oh,
burning.
it's that big. Okay.
Yep. As you are basically being carried with it, gripped onto its neck,
Mm.
while it's going after Silas and RotFiend.
Great. Cool. If I'm on its neck, I guess the next thing Mac would be wanting to do would be trying to go for the eyes, but I assume it's going to be like a next step thing.
That'll
or-
be next step.
At this point,
Right.
the main thing should be putting RotFiend between the Baraka and Silas.
So what you just see now is 2 shots into the back of RotFiend. Like pop, pop, sizzle, bang. As that his back is just a wash of like flesh and blood and pus just spraying out of his back now.
Heads up, everybody. Incoming.
Yeah, Silas, if you want to try and like dodge the splash zone,
Ew.
Yes.
dexterity athletics. This will also probably inherently let you get out of the way of the charging Baraka. Even though you're not aware that it's literally coming at you.
Roger. I am blood searching this.
So as you do this, and it goes out the way, and you just get out and barrel roll to the side, you just see this giant fucking thing with like Mac in tow charging through that mess.
So that's to be like, holy shit, next time you warn me you're going to steamroll me. Not just out
I'm
of the
not
way.
in fucking control here. And she just like flies past, trying to like hold on to this thing's neck.
It's going for RotFiend. Someone go for the arm, and then we leave.
Melissa's grabbing the arm,
Yeah.
but that was her whole plan, was to just cloak of shadows until the coast was clear,
Like,
grab the arm, and
You
book
just
it.
you just see like this like floating like stone arm being created by an invisible male just walking along.
Yep, just. Deet, 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 deet.
It's like, what the hell? I don't want to die, please.
This is the hand that life has given you. You can talk to the Almighty after this.
I can make it worth your while. I have information.
I don't care.
Listen, I'm telling you, Jonah is the rat, damn it.
Wait now! At this point, yeah, thanks!
Think of whatever information I can provide. There's like this beast just
Don't care.
it's now above. So now Mac, you are between
What?
RotFiend and the Baraka.
Oh.
Oh, between.
Silas holds up the tape. He's like, you should have never created physical evidence, you fucking idiot.
Physical evidence is needed to make copies, you dumbass.
We live in the age of technology. Just make a USB drive.
It's 2012 and the world hasn't ended yet. The Mayans were wrong. Fuck them.
I wonder how far Melissa would have gotten by now just carrying the arm.
How fast are you booking it?
Not making noise fast, so speed walk.
Okay. Power strutting.
Okay. So what can you like repaint the scene of where things are right now? just so I
You
can-
are holding the neck of the Baraka, being carried with it because it is such a hulking mask. You are now still attached to the neck, and it is going for RotFiend.
If I could go first and then you go, because I have a little bit of an idea.
Okay.
As quickly as I can, I want to try and grab Mick as the Baraka goes past.
Okay.
Or Mac as the Baraka goes past. And just
Uh-huh.
essentially just have me grab you and pull you to the side so that you're out of the way of the Baraka.
Okay.
But then before that, actually, I had a few questions. One of which is, how alive does this thing feel?
It is a hulking mask of metal and flesh. You
Okay.
have the ranching
Keyword
smell
here.
of oil and petrol.
Oh, so probably not blood under there?
Oil
You-
and petrol.
You've seen the
No.
mechanical work on humans before. This is the first time you've seen one on an abomination.
Yeah, that thing's basically a flesh robot. The biting into it is not recommended.
Who's on top
Can
of
I-
this Baraka?
Mac,
Mac.
can I do a check to just like absolutely confirm that it has no blood in it?
You would need to nibble before. But at the moment, the Baraka is going to like try and like slash down at RotFiend. So so what does Mac want to do?
I suggest
Okay.
we just get out. Just please, just try and grab my arm so I can try and pull you out of this.
Yeah, just let it kill RotFiend. That's
Let it
their problem
have it.
now.
Okay. So Penny is approaching, going to reach for Mac's hand. What's Mac going to do?
Realistically speaking, we now know we have the arm and we know who the rat is. The only real potential threat is if RotFiend has somebody who has and the fact that they might be able to put it out there. But I still have the Baron's Boon. I don't know if that could protect Silas at all, but if
Yep.
it could,
We'll have to see, like, again, who would be the only other contacts the RotFiend has?
I guess
Blood
Jonas.
Axe.
And
Yeah.
also
Jonas.
Greenhill.
Yep.
Right. But if RotFiend dies to the Baraka,
That's not
That's
on
no
us.
issue.
that's
Mhm.
not on us.
Yep, so regardless,
Okay,
That's
sure.
on whatever's in the sewer.
That's what I was thinking for as well.
Yeah,
No,
okay.
no witnesses.
no witnesses.
Isn't again, if the person who's supposed to leak the information isn't alive to leak it, then it's just media.
Yeah, it's just
Then-
there, and even then, who says it's a Masquerade breach if someone releases it as like, "Oh, I found this. It's found footage."
Okay. Again, so regardless, Penny is going to be dexterity
That's why
athletics or dexterity brawling. Mac, what are you going to do?
I'll reach back and take the help.
Okay.
Uh,
How's your
that's not
willpower
good.
looking?
At max, I'm
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. At max is like good, but it's not
messy
okay.
critical.
You get
Interesting.
physical with the Baraka to try and reach for Mac's hand. So you go out and like try and like punch past the Baraka. Meanwhile, the Baraka
Probably going.
Oh my. Oh my.
the moment
Oh my!
That's
Penny.
a lot of
Right.
damage.
The moment Penny grabs Mac's hand, you feel something go through you, Penny.
Oh.
A long mechanical tail whipped out, went around, and threw you.
Wait,
Fuck.
through her? Like,
Through.
physically impaled her.
Through, we'll say,
Oh.
your lower left abdomen.
Okay, good, great, fantastic. Not the heart. Oh,
Fuck.
No,
not the
but
heart.
Penny
Holy
Please
shit.
see how many health you have
Oh!
remaining. You have taken 4 more points of damage. You have 4 aggravated damage. As with Mac still holding your hand, this tail whips out, hurls Penny into the like TVs and stuff with the force that it rips out the side of you.
Can I, like, try
I
to?
think, is Mac going with me though?
Yeah.
Mac is still going with you. You are in that
Okay,
much
can I-
pain that you just gripped Mac's hand, and I'm not letting go of Mac now.
Can I try to like get myself in the way between Penny and the TV and wall and stuff?
Yep. Or you can try
So she
and
doesn't
just
take any
pick
more
Penny
damage?
up and book it.
Okay, so
However,
we like so like
the-
that's the whole damage.
The eyes are skirting around, and they are locked on Penny.
Fuck.
It also
Hey.
is going to... Give me a second.
How you doing over there, Simon?
You know, I'm doing
Plant
great.
its claws into RotFiend. And the next scene is the Baraka is going to hurl RotFiend at you.
God fucking damn it!
Okay.
Well, at least we've
fuck
got
it.
him.
Go. I can muscle through the. You know what?
Can I just
This would
carry
be a
both
good,
of them?
this would be a good time. Feral impulses.
Okay.
Penny is reverting to dog. We are leaving.
Okay. So,
Reject leech. Return
What's
to
feral
dog.
impulses?
Unleash the animal hidden in their blood. The urge of the gangrel regress into an animalistic state, where speech becomes difficult, clothes
Yep.
become too restrictive, and arguments are best settled with claws and teeth.
Yep.
But this is a scared dog. We are running.
yeah. So literally, you are about to see Penny turn into an incredibly wounded German Shepherd.
Okay, and then
What
I guess I'll
What's
just
Kit and Silas going to do?
It's
I'm-
been here under my brain forgot what it was called. Sounds of Death, just taking photos to document what's going on, but also trying to get out.
So literally, you are slowly backing away and just like taking snapshots. What's Silas doing?
Silas is doing 2 things. One, he's making sure RotFiend is dead. And 2, well, thinking,
well, no, we're not dead. I mean, he could.
Okay.
he
At
could
this point-
still survive, and I'm not taking the
At this
chance.
point,
Okay.
ignore Rotfiend. Leave, please.
Okay. I mean, regardless, RotFiend is about to be thrown at Mac. So Mac, you might want to try and like roll to dodge.
Yeah, roll the dodgers. See if I can't roll the maybe catch.
You want to catch him? You can try.
Oh,
Catch
could
him
I?
and throw him back.
Yeah, that's what I'm just. That's the thought.
Ping pong with Rotfiend.
What would that be? Just athletics, maybe?
Yep. Athletics. Left like strength athletics, dexterity athletics.
Yeah, strength is athletics. That's
And
good.
Silas,
and it's a new
you-
scene, so
You do still have some phosphorus rounds in that gun. You could either try and shoot the Baraka to distract it and wound it, or you can try and shoot the flying RotFiend.
Shoot Rotfiend so he makes more noise and is more injured, so that
But
the,
you,
the,
you,
Okay.
the death machine hurts him more.
you also risk turning RotFiend into dust.
That's oh shit, that's right.
What's
Never
wrong with
mind.
that?
Shoot the Baraka. No, because if Rotfiend dies, that's one less person for it to focus on.
fascinating.
True.
And just to be clear, the my prowess has ended because it's a new scene.
No, this is still seen. You still have prowess.
Okay, excellent.
Think. I want to set it on fire. I want to set the Baraka on fire. Is that a good idea?
Alright, dexterity
Maybe.
firearms check.
I-
Good at the Baraka.
It it does smell of oil and gas. You could just hit like a tank and make it explode.
Or I could do a flourish. I don't know if those exist in Vampire the Masquerade, and try to trick shot the Zippo in the air.
Again, regardless, it would probably be the same kind of roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is it doing an opposed
Firearms
athletics check?
and firearms and
Is
dexterity.
it trying to ping pong it back?
No, that was it throwing it at you.
Oh. So then I actually succeed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you
you
succeed.
You catch RotFiend.
You catch RotFiend.
Spin around and throw him back. As best I can.
Gives me
Put
a
him in between us.
All right, 2 shots. Fortunately, the Baraka is not focused on defending itself, so that punches through. So 3. Actually, no, 4 points.
Meant to-
Not a lighter, but hit the beast.
Let's, for sake of easy, let's just say that he switched to incendiary rounds.
Yep. You have done 4 aggravated damage to it. So, Mac, I need to find I need to find a specific piece of information, because you need to make a very specific roll. I'm trying to, and I am trying to remember that roll is.
Before he does that, can I do an extra action?
I'll just give me a brief moment. I need to find the specific thing. Or
Okay.
where is it? It's not dominate ability. It's okay. There it is. It is. I found it. I just need to find. You need to make a resolve occult check, Mac.
Oh, great.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
Nice.
You hear a voice. You can tell you are being dominated right now.
By what?
The voice in your head. Devour him. And you bite down.
What?
Is this Max Beast or
No, this is
totally
Sabbat.
something separate?
I think this is the Baraka.
No. Now you're saying, so this is the,
You are
would this be to
currently
the,
feeding on RotFiend.
right, would this be pushing me to do it to the best of my ability?
This is the effect of a discipline referred to as ancestral dominion.
I see, okay.
Does that
So-
overpower her?
She failed the check. So she has
So
to
if
it overpowers her.
Right,
Beast
reveal it,
Insider?
Colin.
You-
I
this
mean, I have 4 hunger also, so.
could be just the beast in general, but
So assuming that this is making it so that way I also do it to the best of my ability, I have brutal feed.
Yep.
To
so again,
really
you have to
shout
fulfill your ancestor's request.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't involve
And this
you
is the-
harming yourself.
Uh-huh. I mean, this is the best way for me to do it.
Yes.
It's still just 1 feed, so it's just 1 hunger, but
If you so choose, or you can try and fight it. You're taking it all.
I mean, I'd rather not.
Roll another occult, resolve, add 2 dice.
Cool. Okay, sure. Yeah, no, that's good.
You need 3 successes.
Yep, yep. Oh my god.
Just what you needed.
So I'm gonna heal you. I'm gonna heal you of 3 hunger. So you are on
Wow.
1 hunger. You do not commit diablerie.
Great.
You manage to let go and throw him off as you hear in your mind with even more force. I said, devour him. Grow stronger. Take his power.
Can I try to like turn my attention to the Baraka instead?
No, you've fought the voice. Now,
Okay.
just there. You are not being dominated by it now. You are
Let's
quite
just go.
shocked. And you are aware this is domination. So,
I can't do
you
that.
have an inkling feeling that this isn't your beast.
Kinda got bigger fucking things to
You
deal
push
with right now.
RotFiend away towards the Baraka. The Baraka that now is partially on fire.
God fucking damn.
What's everyone else doing
Hey,
now?
could you do anything fucking useful?
I am a dog right now. I don't care about the wound. I'm running. Well, to the best of my ability.
What's Silas doing?
Silas is running to try and help Penny.
Okay.
Uh,
Like, runs, picks up the dog, runs.
Yeah, pretty much throws it over his shoulder and says,
No,
"Okay, we've overstayed our welcome. Let's get the fuck out of here."
I can only communicate in one-word sentences. Fuck. Down. No.
What's Mac doing?
Silas ignores it and just keeps on going.
What am I doing?
Also says, "Head for the door. We'll lock it in."
I guess I'm turning around. Oh, I think Mac is going to like back up while facing the creature, just like as fast as she can back up.
Okay.
She needs to see what happens here.
And then you turn around and run.
Well, what if I can if I guess when I get far enough away, sure.
Okay. So as you're like backing away, the last thing you see is the Baraka just biting down on RotFiend and like twisting it side to side like a dog with a chew toy. And you just run. And then after you. You need to make an athletics check.
Who? Me?
Yes. Dexterity
Oh,
athletics.
shit.
You are.
Fuck.
It is chasing you. You are running.
Does dodging count for this?
I mean, if you want it to run past you towards everyone else, you're trying to run to the door
Okay,
before it gets to you.
Cool. Yeah, not gonna do dodging then. Great, cool, awesome.
Willpower?
Yep, gonna do that one. 1, 2, 3. That's better. Son of a bitch.
Jesus
Well-
Christ.
That's not good.
So, here's how it's going to play out.
Dexterity.
Everyone is out. Mac is running to the door. Silas, you turn to grab the door and close it. Your beast is panicking. Come on, close the door. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. And just as like you're about to close it fully, Mac, you barely get out.
Wow.
Jesus Christ, that was close.
And then you just hear bang, smash, scratch, scratch, scratch.
Run. We broke the door. The door is broken. Run, fucking run.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
And you all get out. So, who wants to exchange the information?
I will.
Noted.
Oh, Kit during this whole time would have been sending messages to Rocco if she's had his number, explaining like, "Yo, we like pretty much the whole thing."
It's like, hey Rocco, did the thing. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Pictures.
Pictures, videos,
Okay.
everything possible. And going,
Guess
While
what?
we have a moment of downtime, Silas is going to try and help Penelope.
I just not touch Penny right now. Injured animal. It's probably not the best idea to try and interact.
Yeah. Mel is just gone. She took the arm and she just left.
Yep. So,
Let's see.
with this, time skip or scene skip.